doing fantastic. Emmett Ferguson here, and we're going to be continuing on with this painting today. And just want to start today, living in Southern California, to say that, it is a good time to be grateful to have the opportunity to paint, to be able to just, be safe during these fires. These fires have literally affected pretty much just so many areas around where I live specifically, but somehow, it hasn't affected the area where I'm at specifically. But it's pretty. I'm seeing all these stories of like even people in my friends groups just having these challenges with their homes and having to move. And you know what? I know some people, it's so interesting to see that there are some people who are like having huge challenges. They're struggling. And then other people that I've seen, this is quite surprising, but they've said things like, wow, time for a new start. And their house literally just burned down. That's all they say, and they just somehow move on. I find that pretty fascinating to, think about these differences in perspective. But anyway, just wanted to put those thoughts out there in sympathy for people that are being affected by these fires. All these big challenges that are happening. But with that said, I will do this live stream and we're gonna be painting. I mean, all I can really say is that I'm so grateful to be able to paint today. Sometimes it's one of those things that you can easily take for granted. You can easily take your ability to make art for granted. Just the other day, my knuckle was hurting, and I was thinking to myself, oh gosh, like I can't imagine if I constantly had a pain in my hand that would like limit my ability to paint. I mean, I guess what I would do is I would try a different art, but makes me think of what art or painting has done for me. It's one of those things where you can find a state of flow for yourself. And this is an actual psychological concept, a concept of the mind, this concept of flow, being in a state of flow. If you've ever, I don't know who's watching this or where you're watching this from, but, sports players, athletes, when they have some of the best games of their lives are typically in a state of flow. If you've ever played sports and you've just gotten so lost in the game that, the whole world just kind of disappears around you and you're so focused, that's a state of flow. If you've ever been out on an incredible date, a date night or a date day, and you've just been with this person that you end up spending a lot of time with, and that whole day just kind of disappears because it was amazing, that's a state of flow. If you've ever, I think this is probably the most obvious one, but if you ever played video games for many hours, and that's a state of flow. If you're gardening and you just get lost for hours in your garden, a state of flow. And I think that is an incredibly freeing thing. It frees your mind to just like focus on a very simple activity. And the art could be different for everybody. But for me, it is painting and other crafts. But with that said, we're going to go ahead and continue on and work on this painting. But 30,000 people have been ordered to evacuate. This is pretty wild. So many places. We're like in a danger zone, Kat. No, we're in a yellow zone.
What does that mean?
Well, it means that we're not in high alert, but look at, isn't it crazy how, and you don't need to, say exactly where we live, but isn't it crazy how, like, we're so, like, close? Like, we're just, like, on the outer border of where it's unsafe to be. So that is just so fascinating. Scout, do not drink my coffee, dude.
Good things, Phil.
So when I leave my coffee on the table, our cat drinks it. So here we go. I gotta decide on a couple brushes here. This is my favorite brush of all time. It's just a small badger hair pointed Rosemary Co pointed round brush. And I still use this brush. I just love this brush. It's splayed out. And it's already like some of the things are stuck together, but it's still my favorite brush of all time. And I'm going to use this brush at some point. I'm going to use... What's up, Dondra? How are you doing? I know you used to. I don't know exactly where you stay now, but I know you paint often in Venice. How are y'all doing? How are you doing out there? So, I have this brush right here. This is a Princeton Aspen brush. Hope you're not being too affected. Let's see. I'm going to be using that brush, and then let's go with a slightly bigger brush. Let's find a nice bigger brush. So they're saying that the fire should slow down by 6. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. So I'm getting, let's see, how many brushes am I going to grab? I'm going to grab 3. And then one, this one right here. So we're going to use this brush right here. So here's the 5 brushes that I'm going to start with. I don't even know if I'm going to use them all, but I got this Rosemary Co. We've got this flat brush, it's a short flat. And I'm just pushing it. Like, I know this is going to create a softer effect when I brush. And this is a pretty much brush that I use for almost anything. And then, except for covering like large areas of space. And let's just go ahead and continue with this. So, got my white. I got certain colors. You know, before I even do anything, I have so much black here that I haven't even used yet. And I don't want it to dry up without, you know, paint needs to go on a canvas. So let me start by, so here's an interesting canvas that I have. This is just a painting of paintings that I use to wipe off the excess paint from my brush. So let's just go ahead and grab a nice big brush and paint over it with our black paint that's about to dry here. And let's just see what we can come up with. We're just gonna make this up as we go. I'm actually gonna hold this while I'm painting and just see what happens, you know? And this is, by the way, I do want to say that what I'm about to do is partially inspired by Dondrell Lee Artistry, who was in the room just a moment ago. I don't know if he's still here, but you know, it's really interesting to watch him do his live streams, watch him work when he, you know, moves his brushes around so freely, or his his pencil around. I guess he uses, I don't know exactly what type of pencil Dondrell uses, but he uses these like pencils and just like totally just goes ham on his papers and makes these like wild and interesting figures and faces and caricatures. And I'm just playing with that idea. Just playing with this idea, but except on this canvas right here. And again, I typically use this canvas to wipe off all of my excess paint, and it's just becoming this like large art piece in itself. But why not going to color some of the black and white drawings? Awesome, dude. And let's go right here. So are you gonna do a live stream, Dondrell? And here we go, just creating an interesting design, you know, without spending too much time to think about every movement. And I will say it's so interesting to see Dondrell because he is way freer than myself with his movements. Um, you know, so if you're looking to like, if you're looking to really learn how to like, or not even learn, but just to get some inspiration of how to like free up your mind, free up your creativity. And when I say creativity, I mean like, you know, this spontaneous creation of ideas, um, and just like letting that inner creative artist work, man. I think totally check out some of Dondrell's lives. It's in here now. I think you just tap his name and just go to his page and you can view the profile and subscribe to him. But you know, even me looking at this, I'm like, wow, Dondrell's able to just like move and like, you know, just let his whole arm just maneuver, and it's great to be able to see that. And although I guess, you know, technically there's nothing stopping me from doing that myself, you know, our brains always work in the way that it's gonna want to work, and this is the way that my brain just wants to work right now. So. Um, but it's great, I think, to be able to see all sorts of different ways of working. And there you go. So, and honestly, I think looking at Dondrell's pages is a great way to overcome like creative block, because I think where creative block comes most of the time is when you're trying to do something, and you know, when you're trying to do something, but maybe you feel like you can't do certain things. And if you're able to just like kind of just let your mind free a little bit and just like paint whatever without, you know, just let your body do what it's going to do while it's painting. I mean, if you could allow yourself to do that, um, the way you can see Dondrell doing it sometimes, I think it's incredibly helpful. But anyway, I actually like how this design turned out. It's unusual. It's an unusual design. It's kind of funky. I feel like if I had just painted this in somehow, it'd look all right. So anyway, that's that. Inspired to get some skinny brushes. Skinny brushes, cool. Yeah, I mean, skinny brushes have their purpose, and you know, it's great to be able to work with big brushes and be able to do like, you know, do that whole free, expressive movement with huge brushes. And then at the same time, you know, I just use smaller brushes just to get the extra detail. Like that's the one thing I picked up during my study in concept art is this whole idea of big, medium, small, you know, like use the big brushes to get the main idea, paint some of the middle objects. You know, it's usually like, you know, if you paint a big square and then you paint a medium-sized window and then you paint the small details in the window for a house, right? It's that idea. But except, you know, my thoughts are with a brush, you know, you start with the big brushes for the big ideas, use the medium-sized brushes for medium stuff, and then the little brushes are just there to add the smaller bits of expressive detail. That's how I see it. But that's like just how I've interpreted what I picked up from some of my creative mentors who were just teaching me how to like, you know, paint objects like a spaceship or something using the big, medium, small rule. But I think when it comes to using brushes and fine art, it's great to be able to change that rule. Hey, look, it looks like something different from here. There we go. All right, well, I'm done. I think, let's see, I have a little bit more black paint. It's going to be dry by the time, if I close this up by tomorrow. If I close this up today and paint tomorrow, I think it'll be a little bit too dry. So I really want to just get the rest of this paint off here. My goodness, so much happening with these fires. I just love the effect that that's happening here. Is I could just go over this with our brush here, and it's just creating all of these textures because of the underlying paints. But let's go. I think this is the rest of the color here, so let me just go right into here, lay it over with the dry brush, let it float, as they say, just float on over to capture some of the texture. And okay, we're done with this brush. I'm gonna put this down, and yes, I will continue to use it as my method of getting excess paint off of my brush between brushings. But again, the reason why I even did that is mainly because I had all this excess paint and I wanted to get it off onto there. And I have a lot of other colors too right now that can potentially dry, but I feel like I'm going to use them at some point during this. Got my yellows, my ochres, my burnt sienna. I think my yellow ochre is probably going to dry up soon, so I'll probably have to be able to play with that. But some of these colors dry up so fast. I don't know if I'm going to be able to use up all my blue as well. And I use up white like crazy. White is a color I use all the time. Oh, look at it. There's a little smudge here. Oh, no. That's horrible. Got a little smudge here. I don't know how it happened. Malibu residents are now being urged to prepare for evacuation. I thought Malibu was already affected negatively. Huh?
Think the gym's open?
Yeah. Out here, yeah. Maybe not, you know, all the way out there. Gettyville is unaffected. Ooh, okay. Okay, I'm gonna paint. Alright, so here we go. Got my yellow paint here. I want to find like a very subtle green. I want to create a nice subtle green that I can use to spread. And this brush is a little bit too hard right now. I need a softer brush. Let's go. Here we go. Here's a brush that might be good. I want to find a brush. Michael, what's up, dude? Streams, sirens are going off here in Montesano. Wonder if there's a tsunami. Alexa, where is Montesano?
Montesano is a city in Grays Harbor County, Washington. It is located
Alexa, off. Sirens are going off. Are you okay? I know Los Angeles is struggling. We've got some huge fires here. I don't know if you were here for the beginning of my live stream, but fortunately I am safe. And I know there's a lot of people who are just looking for challenges today. Yellow and blue equals green. Yes. So basically, I want to go with a very lightened green here, which means I'm gonna take a white, and I'm gonna grab just a hint of this blue here. And I'm going to, it's a little too much blue. A little blue goes a long way. Let me lighten this blue here. paint is still wet. But let's just go ahead and bring this. Oh, is that what I want to do? I don't know if that's what I want to do yet. Let's go like this. Let me just start on the side and see how this color plays with our yellow here.
Extra coffee in your cup?
Huh?
Put the extra coffee in your cup from the packet?
Yeah, why?
How's it taste?
It's good. It adds some extra flavor to it. And let's see, I want to grab this yellow. Trying to find just the right color for this. It's really hard. I want to find this like pastel yellow here.
Your son is squawking.
Why do I think she's squawking? She senses danger?
Think so?
Maybe.
She's hungry.
Okay, I'm liking this color right now. And here we go. Just adding this bit of color into here to reduce the overall yellowness. And I'm using a much softer brush because I want to just spread this more. And you know, I'm working and reworking this color area. So I want to find like just the right one. You know, I haven't totally decided, and maybe that's going to be an issue. But I'm also having a lot of fun like painting these areas. I usually don't spend this much time to paint over an area because I usually use really thick layers of paint, and then I'll just like, you know, let it sit. But because I'm changing up my method, I feel like I should just go in with it and just go all out with changing up my ways. And I think it's nice to be able to let some of this yellow show through on this like pastel green color. And I might even change it again. I don't know. But this is what we're doing right now. I like where this is going. It's creating different layers of this, different dimensions to this piece. Air quality in Los Angeles is so bad right now. This smoke is like all over. It's wild.
bag of
And there we go. It says, who? Who what?
kitties tore apart my recycling bag.
My recycling bag?
My recycling bag.
Your recycling bag?
Yeah.
So what happens during a tsunami for you, Michael? Are you close enough to the ocean where it's a danger, or are you able to stay safe? Like, I know for the most part that for me, I am far enough that I'm mostly safe from the fires. These huge fires have affected Southern California at least a handful of times. And luckily, most of those times, it's not, I'm far enough away, luckily. Yeah, it's crazy, huh? How toxic these chemicals are that are getting into the sky right now. And this is just the beginning, once the after effect, after things settle and start getting on our cars and washing away into the water system. LA's got a lot of challenges when fires happen. Let me see what I can do with this. We're gonna try to spread this a little better. Okay. Oh, that's a pretty interesting question. How long? And here we go, just painting down the sides. Again, the goal to transform the colors in these areas. Usually what you would do is you would just wait until this section is dry, but I am taking the extra time to just mess with these colors to see how the constant layering of these colors will eventually affect this space. And you know what? Eventually I probably just need to paint the other areas, but I've already started this, so I feel like I have to do this. Note to self, today is the last day that I will paint this in a consecutive day basis, or paint this specific space that I'm working on right now. What I need to do is give these areas give these areas a break. Otherwise, it's going to be a little bit overworked in some of these spaces, and it's not really going to allow this this effect that I'm actually aiming for to really shine, because it's just going to look like the painting is just painted over rather than like a nice smooth finish. So I already have an idea of what the effect that we're having is having, but I also, you know, I think it's one thing to know things, but then it's also another thing that you just like figured out. Maybe there's some happy surprises along the way, you know, some nice surprises of how it affects it. And I know this because when I paint over dry paint, the surface is totally smooth. When you paint over dry paint, the surface is totally smooth, but because this paint is being pulled along, there's some pulling happening because the paint's still a little bit wet. But when this is dry, it's like a totally smooth surface, and it's fantastic. It works so well. It's fantastic to paint over. It's so smooth to work on. But when the painting is not so dry, you definitely have this like effect of where the paint just drags. So yeah, you could definitely tell how it's going to affect the painting in the long run. But for me specifically, I'm just enjoying this experimentation of going with this like this more layered style. And at the same time, you know, here's the other challenge here. So this isn't alla prima, and this isn't even like regular oil painting. So alla prima, this paint would totally be wet, and basically the colors would be totally mixing together on this canvas right now. And that's what I would be working with. Totally wet paint with that in consideration. But because this paint is not totally wet and it's not totally dry, there's something in between, which I would say is not the normal painting method. But because of that, I am playing with this idea to see what happens, see what effects I could get. So just going across, I already have an idea, a good idea of what will happen is basically that the yellow will still just show through in this lined way. It'll show through, and that's okay. That's what we want. That's what we're going for. So let's bring down some more of this blue, just a hint of this blue here. A little bit more blue. Yeah, there are 3 huge fires in Los Angeles right now. 3. What are you doing, animals? Our animals are creating problems. Oh wow, they're pulling in out-of-state firefighters to help with this massive fire. Oh my goodness. And here we go. Pulling the paint, dragging it along, and we're almost done with these sections. I'm gonna have to decide on these other regions, these totally blue regions here. Wow. Sound like there's an explosion. My goodness. Yeah, they keep kerosene. People keep kerosene in their garages. Generators. Oil. All these things. My goodness. All these things that are so burnable is kept in garages. It's crazy. All right. So note to self, what I want to do is I want to save this. I want to stop painting over these areas, or don't do another day of this. Let it dry. Let this area dry and allow it to, allow myself to go back over it when it does dry a bit better and do a nice layer, a nice smooth layer. I do like the color it's getting. It's giving a little bit more dimension, giving a little bit more of like a layer peeking through. It's nice. It's pleasant. Okay. And I do like these colors. They're very like retro in a way. Very retro, very Hollywood colors. All right. I need to decide on this section right here. I want to say that this area is actually dry, and I want to give it like a very dark, maybe I want to lighten it. Hey, you know what? Let's go. Let's go with a dark color. I'm going to go with a dark ultramarine. Oh, wait, you know what? I've got this ultramarine blue, some sienna, and I think I could make a unique color for this. Let me go with a burnt sienna, which is like a red. And I'm going to drop down our ultramarine blue into this with our burnt sienna. Let me get some more sienna here, because I usually run out of paint. And I think it'll be a nice contrast with this, like, I'm going for a purple. It's hard to see exactly the color that I'm getting because the purple is a really dark color. But maybe let me grab just a. Actually, you know what? It's a good way to find this out. Let me look on my other canvas here. That is not a purple. That is definitely more of a brown. So let's grab some more of this blue here. You know what? This teal is actually pretty nice. This dark teal. I'm liking this. Alright, we're going to go with this dark teal for this section. No. Let's bring in our red and then a lot more white. Grab our palette knife to get some of these colors here. All right, we're getting to this purple that we're looking for. Bringing this red. I'm gonna have a lot of purple. All right, here we go. Drop some of this paint down so that my brush isn't totally inundated. And here we go. Bring this in. Oh, that's good. All right, cool. And here we go. Bring this down. A nice clean edge down. So here we go. I'm going to pull up a different brush to have to bring this to the edge. How do I feel about that? It's kind of cool. I like that. That's not bad. All right. And you know what? I might just do, let's see, we're going to go into here. I'm going to go over this. Kathleen, are you still watching this? Yeah, I like where this is going as far as this purple. These color combinations are complementary, right? Almost. Because it's this greenish yellow with our purple. I think it makes for a good mix. But I don't want to go too crazy with the colors. And let's go to, let's see. Got this purple here. What should we do? What should we do? I'm going to use this to create the dimension over here. Or if we're going with this green, you know what? We can change that. Let's see. We can always change that. And here we go, building this up right now. Make sure this is straight. Give it a deeper color, pretty much. Giving it a nicer shadow to create this transitions, create separations. And let's go with this. Crazy to think these huge fires, at least the one in Pacific Palisades, started as a backyard fire. Whatever that means. A backyard fire. You know what I want to do? Usually I try to cover it to the very edge, but I would like to leave just a little bit of this edge visible. I want to leave a little bit of this edge visible. Let me go up into here and just go. Actually, I should follow the, instead of going up, I should follow the angle of this, which is down, because this is supposed to be a vertical column here. actually need to grab some of this color. Whatever color we're working up into here, this needs to work into this space. So just adjusting this area. And then we're going to add some dimension here. Add some texture like we did yesterday. And so maybe tighten this up a bit. Bring this up a bit more vertically. Here we go. Bring this up a bit more vertically, making some adjustments on the canvas. Apparently there's a word for this. Rembrandt was like one of the first artists to start doing this, but there's actually a term for when you fix a painting directly on the canvas, and it's called pentimento. I wanted to use that as a vocabulary word, pentimento. I would always just say, like when I did this in the past, I would just say, yeah, I'm just, fixing this on the canvas, right on the canvas, but because there is a word for it, I feel like as if I should use it. Good old pentimento. It looks a little better. All right. So let's move on to our next section. Let's go up into here, add a little bit of that detail. Clean this off. And then what can we do? This purple here. Actually, this purple here, I could still spread it a little bit more. Let me erase this cat here. And you know what? Let's go. So much purple left over. What do I do? I like this like gold in the background. Maybe I'll leave that gold just by itself. I won't touch that color. So, let's go with a nice yellow. We're going to go over these areas with yellow. We're going to use our Princeton Catalyst brush, polytip bristle. And I'm just going to go over this section with yellow. Grab this. Grab our yellow here. Grab more of our white. and getting to just the color that we want. Find a little bit of this, a little bit more. And here we go. Got a full, hugely loaded brush, way too loaded brush. And we're just gonna go up and paint into this section here. Right up into here. And this paint is much drier than some of the other areas. So we're gonna get a different look here. I'm gonna work on reducing the streakiness of it. Because as you can tell, this is a very flat, straight brush with a lot of streakiness. The lines, this brush has some solid bristles, some stiff bristles. So once I do lay down all of this paint, I want to go through it and give it a brushed look. And go in here. Probably carve this around. And let me grab some more of this paint. And this color has definitely permeated into the rest, so what I should have done is I should have cleaned it a little better, but that's okay. We're going to go into this. We're eventually just going to use a different brush and just like give it a more brushed effect here in just a moment. Here we go.
Where's that gas smell coming from?
Does it gas smell?
Yeah.
I don't smell it. I'm gonna keep that nice and flat. And let's see. I guess we could probably go into the rest of this and go all the way down this thing right here.
Hi, babies.
once we do that with this paint, we can go back and create the brushiness. So let's do this. Go around. And I want to carve in the spaces around the cat first, so that I can have like a border to work with.
Finger on my arm.
Right, cat?
Hmm?
Said you alright?
The back.
Your back still hurts?
Yeah.
You're about to go to the gym?
It's worse.
And let's actually go this way. I'm going to take our brush and move across this part right here. Some more of this color. And Sedgay Pedershin. Is that right? Pedershin? I don't know exactly all the Russian or the Cyrillic alphabet, but I think that's what your name says. Sedgay Pedershin. Welcome, Sergey. Super user, thank you. Super user. And here we go. I'm going to go at an angle here. We're going to come down right across the edge here. Create a nice edge across. And here, let's go like this. Make sure that there's plenty of paint on here for what we're about to do. Goal is to make a nice thick amount of paint. And there we go. Okay, so now I gotta take a nice brushy brush. We're gonna go into this. And try to find a good mix of let's grab some of this green, some of this blue, the blue and yellow, as Michael Wilbur had said earlier, the blue and yellow are going to make green. So I'm just going to go with this. And what we're doing is we're just marking the yellow, marking into space. Just to, I don't like the unnaturalness. I'm not a big fan of the unnaturalness of the streaks, the like straight line streaks, which is what we've been getting. So I'm just going in with the very rough, with the very splayed brush, and just making marks to help to spread the paint as well as give it a more natural brushed look, like a paintery look. And I probably should get the detail on the cat, but I think the background and everything is gonna overall give the cat more personality. Well, the cat already has a lot of personality, but altogether, it helps to create the environment that it's in. And I am a fan of this pastel green, this pastel yellow. So we're going to go with that and just keep working around. Maybe grab some white. This would probably be good. Grab some of this white here. And let's see how we can bring these into the trees, this color here. We're going to go grab some of this yellow. And I really like this pastel color that we got going on. So let's just start adding some highlights to the trees. I think the highlights will probably be at the top of the trees. But you know what? I already stated that I wasn't going to spend too much time trying to analyze the dimensions of this painting, as in I could spend too much time focused on like three-dimensionality, which, you know, if I was, the three-dimensionality would come from creating a sense of shadow, you know, creating like super dark areas of shadows separated by super light areas. And rather than doing that, I'm going to be focused more on applying different colors to create a painting rather than a photo. So here we go. Grab some of this yellow here. Grab more of this yellow to overtake this blue. Grab more yellow. I think it's nice to give this like golden pastel glow. It's Hollywood after all. Hollywood's always got a glow. Hollywood's always got a glow to it. Let's find a good color for these branches. Actually, you know what? Let me do these other trees real quick. So I'm gonna do these other trees. These other trees are gonna have areas here. Let's give it a little pop of detail here. Maybe darken it a little bit just to give it some more contrast. And here we go. I'm not going to do those trees too much, but what I think needs to help unite some of this is, let me do these letters again. I'm going to touch up these letters. Which means I'm going to need my ruler to help me establish my base. Establish a base from which to work on, and we're going to go let's go with a white here.
Hey, what are you doing about ventilation?
Nothing. I mean, yes, but it's not like totally, I don't think it's totally necessary right now.
Why, is that pain?
No, I just think that the air quality outside is worse than the air quality inside.
Try to keep the air quality inside.
Babe. Kathleen.
If it's okay, then you don't ever have to open the windows in.
No, I think it's okay in moderation. Not every day to not have The door's open. Huh?
You're the expert.
Not an expert. I just think that the air quality outside is totally worse than it is inside. So. So again, highlighting our letters right now.
Wear a mask.
What do you mean?
You wear a mask. Protect your face.
What are you talking? What? Why would I wear a mask right now?
Because of the oil paint fumes.
But I'm not concerned about them right now.
Okay.
Again, you like oil. It's not oil paint fumes. It's usually the ingredient is turpentine, but I don't use turpentine. I use a mineral spirit. But yes, sometimes the mineral spirits have a strong smell along with the oil. When the oil starts to dry, it has a smell. I don't know the term for the smell, but sometimes it's just oil, which is.
This just broke.
Huh?
Too many metals.
Sometimes it's the oils which become.
Okay.
You know, sometimes it's just the oils.
It's not you're the expert.
And at some point, I will decide on these colors a little bit better as far as how, because this area around the sign is a little too bright and it needs to be a little bit browner. But I'm going to find a different color. I'm actually not going with the regular natural color. I'm going to go with something else. But just for now, I'm focused on developing. The W usually goes a little higher. Yeah, the W is actually in line along the top here. And then the O. O, O. O, O, and D. now that we've got that, let's figure out a color for this backdrop. It's this brown, but I don't think that the brown allows the color to stand out enough. So maybe we go over it with like this yellow. Mm. Trying to think of like a good color palette to go over it with. Clean off this brush right now. Actually, I think some of this purple, has to be lined up better.
Finish it? Finish this food. Good girl. Food that's there. Don't waste it. Your kitten's out.
I really like this golden color, this like just slightly off gold color. And I'm thinking to myself, how can I keep that? How can I keep that, but also highlight the Bogart wood area? So I'm thinking what I need to do is I need to go in with just basically go around the letters and just make it a little bit darker, just a little bit darker. And what we're going to do, the way we're going to do that is we're going to go with the yellow ochre here. And add our ochre, add a little bit of, let's see how this color goes. Our ochre with the burnt sienna to give it a bit of red. And use red to darken our ochre here. Yeah, okay, that's actually pretty good. Let me see. Yeah, all right, so let's see how this affects our space around the Bogart wood sign. Don't like that color. Once I go in, I'm going in. And I want it to be a little bit more ochre-y, so it's a little too red. Let's lighten this color up a little bit. A little bit too much red. Bring in our ochre a little bit better. Laying it up again with some yellow. Bring in our yellow. Bring in some more of this white. I think this is a good color right here. All right, that's a little better. Okay, that's a good color. I just need to nice and tight with these letters. Yes, this color is helping us define these letters just a little bit better, which is exactly what we want. What's up? Looking good. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate you. Yes, progress. Just really getting all of this to come together. So, yeah, there we go. Just going around the G right now. What? Oh. And just tighten up this G. There's some things that I should do to the G. Let me go a little bit higher with this, with the B. Take care. All right, cool, cool. Will this be finished this year? Maybe not. Maybe it will take 5 years. I don't know. This could be a 5-year painting, but probably not. Will this be finished this year? My goodness, Michael. We all need a Michael in our live streams to give ourselves a stress test. But if you can paint with a Michael Wilbur in your live stream, you could probably paint anywhere. Working on our trades. Definitely need an MW in your lives. It's so boring. Yes. Good old stress tests. That's what we all need, right? I need to tighten up this R. Get our W here. Michael, have you bothered Omizu in his live streams yet? Dude, Omizu Paints has an amazing live stream. He has an amazing live stream. And he also gives insight into his paintings, as well as his illustrations and digital art and so many different things. You are missing out. You should totally. All right, I'm gonna have to fix that W. That W looks pretty whack. I might be asking you to sabotage sabotage Corey by visiting his live streams. Or instead of calling it sabotage, maybe redirecting your energies toward Omizu, which may have unwarranted side effects or uncertain side effects to his sanity. or you could bother Dondrell too. Yeah. So there are some serious fires burning in Los Angeles, California, and all I can say is that I'm grateful to be able to paint and to be able to spend this time doing this wonderful thing that I enjoy. I'm very grateful. Today's gratitude day. What is something everyone here is grateful for? Like, if everything around you was literally burning to the ground and you were able to sit in the comfort of your home and be able to avoid all that tragedy, what would you be grateful to be able to do? If you could do that one thing, because actually, like, jobs are canceled today, schools are canceled, work is canceled, and I am being forced to basically do what I love. And if that was happening to you, what would something you were grateful for? I mean, besides painting, I'm grateful that Kathleen is here. Kat, did you hear me?
What?
Said I'm grateful that you're around.
Oh, thank you. You can drink as much coffee as you want, Dave.
Okay.
We'll allow it. Well, thank you. I'm glad you're grateful. For me.
And I'm grateful to be able to paint. I'm grateful to live in sunny California, even though all of this tragedy stuff is happening. What we're seeing on TV is that people are coming together to be able to do all this stuff.
Yeah,
Help each other.
Yeah,
We're dealing, Angelinos are dealing with some craziness. It is a lot. And right now I've got this brush. Fortunately, I have finally brushed the areas around. And this is very helpful to establish the space around the letters. But there's still a great little more sections that I feel as if I should tighten up. Like right here around the G. And then this R, I think, should be okay. This R. The W needs a lot of work, but we can figure that out. The O, just tighten up around the bottom here. This one should be at least a little bit more close to the same.
I'm trying to find out if this stuff is clean or dirty. Because it was in the clean clothes, but I don't think it's clean.
Those are worn.
Dirty worn or just worn?
Worn.
Okay, so I'll put them in a different pile. But you gotta be careful you're not putting stuff you've worn in with the clean clothes.
Right.
That's what seems to happen.
Okay, we've got this, and here's what I can do is let me put a little border around our area. So we're just going to go with this color and just create a border. I'm going to use this to create some design and border around our field. Why did I spell Bogartwood backwards? Because I wanted it so if people looked at it on a camera, it would look forwards. It's an illusion. I wanted to show that I could do stuff in an illusion. Just kidding. That is the thing about these live streams. Everything on the live streams is pretty much not backward. Well, it is backward, obviously, since that's what you're saying. But yeah, everything is backward. I think that's just the way, because because I do the front-facing camera. So my front-facing camera is obviously recording in a different way than the back-facing camera, which would be just totally directly facing. And I haven't adjusted that. So this is actually turning out to be a pretty good color I like. Pretty good color for the area around. And I'm really enjoying this like subtle red brown. This very brown, light burnt sienna color. And you know what? I feel like the Hollywood needs to come up a bit more. So we're going to adjust this and give it a bit, make it go a bit higher. Because I don't like how the D looks like it was almost touching the top. So this is giving us a little bit of extra height above the D, which is, you know, obviously I don't need to go for perfect accuracy, and like depending on what angle you're looking at the Hollywood sign from, it does have like different levels, but I just didn't like how the D was almost like touching the top. Lowering the D. And here we go. Just creating this darkened border across our mountain range here.
Hi, Wesley. How are you?
Actually, is this even, can you even call this a mountain range?
I'm just checking to see if everything's okay in your area up there.
And here we go.
Oh no, where does she live? Oh no.
It's good to check on your friends, people. Checking on your friends during these times in LA. I've already, thank goodness for Facebook. On Facebook, there's this feature where you mark if you're safe. And all you need to do to check on your friends is just tap a button that asks them if they're safe. How amazing is that? Great job, Facebook, for that feature. Wonderful job for that feature.
Yeah, I gotta take my cat to the vet. Berkeley on Burbank Boulevard and
And here we go. I'm gonna go pop that right there.
No, where are they?
And here's what we could do. I can go in with this color. Actually, you know what? I want to use a... let me tighten up the letters. I'm going to finalize these letters. I'm going to finalize these letters. That's an important thing because otherwise... I'm going to keep... Let's see. Find a good brush for these letters.
Okay. So, that's a good one?
We are going to use...
Yeah, I've been going to either Berkeley or
I have way too many small brushes, by the way, people. But the thing is, when I use these small brushes, what happens is I tend to like be really rough with them, so they splay out really quickly. But I've got look, this is way too many small brushes. Nobody needs this many small brushes. But like, I'm just so rough with them that sometimes I just feel like I need extra. But I think my next goal of what I need to purchase is I need to find some more medium-sized, or not, small medium brushes. So like, you know, I've got like these medium-sized brushes and then these smaller brushes, or at least as far as the fine point. I need more of these, this size. And I want to be able to do like what I can do with this brush. No, not that brush. Where's that other brush? Where's my favorite brush? Where is my favorite brush of all time? Where did you go off to? Does my hat keep getting in my paint? I don't know. And let's see here. Oh yeah, here we go. Here's my favorite brush. I need to find something between this and this, but in the same exact like brushy style, detail brushes. Why did I spell Bogart backwards? Yes, I already saw that message. So here we go, and we're gonna pop into here. Let's just grab this nice little brush right here and figure that out. Okay. Let's tighten up this the letters again. We are gonna go need some more white. Let's grab some more white. I use crap out of white. Crap out of white. And here we go. You know what I should also do? Use one of our handy dandy, one of our nice tools here to press the paint up. But one thing I learned is to make sure that you push the paint up first before you use the tube roller. So I'm going to use the tube roller here. And not all tubes are made the same. I've definitely had tubes. I think Winsor Newton uses like tubes that are very rough, that are very hard, so they end up breaking really easily. But there we go. Getting the nice white paint up. You have a silver and pearl handle brush holder. It balances the brush so it floats across the canvas. You have a silver and pearl handle brush holder? What do you mean? Silver and pearl handle brush holder. I don't know what that is. I've never heard of this fascinating tool that you're describing yet. But here we go. Let's grab this and we will finalize our letters. Hopefully that is the goal right now, is us finalizing some of our letters. We're going to finalize our letters. And maybe I could add just a hint of yellow to create like a golden glow of letters here. Something about Los Angeles makes it a city that is made of gold. So I'm going to go down into here and improve where the B is. There we go. Just improve the lettering, tighten up the lettering, make it straight where it's supposed to be straight, round where it's supposed to be round, and just overall give it a good dimension here. Okay, that B is good. Going to continue on with our white, building up on our white. You know what? I should just go to the letters that look like they need the most work. So this G is going to need a lot of work. I'm going to go right up here. Why is it so wet? This paint is unusually wet right now. And we're just going to go here. Oh, what did I just do? All right. Who thinks the sounds that I make are weird?
I do.
All right. So here we go. We go in and make that R. Tighten up the top, tighten up the bottom just to improve the definition. We got to fix that G though before I move too far. What brush was I just using? Here we go. Where's that brush? What's that brush I was just, okay, here we go. I'm gonna tighten this G up. There we go. That's all right. Slide it in, you have silver. So it's a handle of an old umbrella made of silver and mother of pearl. It was holding the handle of your hand when the end on the brush slid it in and works. So use it as paint. So you use a umbrella handle as a holder for your brush. That's what you're saying? Obviously that's what you said. It's just now I'm getting a better visual of it. That's the one thing that I learned a lot while painting, is just how important it is when you're like describing things to people, and just how much can be misinterpreted if you're not specific with your details. Like it's so easy to like misunderstand when someone's explaining something, something that should be like visually explained, like, hey, I do this, but you try to describe it with words as opposed to a picture, and it's totally can be totally misunderstood, misinterpreted, misconstrued. All right, our W needs a lot of work. If I mess this up, I have to wait. That's the one thing about oil paints though, is if you mess up, you pretty much have to like wait until it either dries again, or you're just gonna work and rework an area until to oblivion. Because what happens is if the paint's still wet, you can't really rework the especially for lettering. When it comes to lettering, it's like you only get a couple shots. Gesundheit. Especially when it comes to lettering, you only get a couple shots. And then you have to, before having to start over. And even then, no matter what with lettering, you pretty much have to wait most of the time. The W is looking okay. Michael, it's a it's sad you don't have an Instagram because you sound like you have so much interesting painting experience and you know, creative stories and insights, but like, you know, none of it, I can't find any of it. Can't see for myself some of these cool things that you do, or these interesting things. There we go. Reduce the size of that D, and maybe I see I could do something with this third O here. Let me go. This O looks okay. I don't want to do too much more. I don't want to keep overworking it. With this O, I think we could flatten the bottom, reduce the side, bring this down a bit. And then improve the stroke there. And finally, some letters I could be proud of. Actually, you know what? This W needs to go up just a little bit further. Go in. There we go. Huh. Just a little bit tighter in here. There we go. I don't usually do letters this in this way. This well. But because of the situation here, I am. So we're gonna add some yellow into this, and hopefully get like come out with like a goldish tone with this color. I'm just gonna go around, allow this to flow into the mountainside. Should just use this yellow on top. And it is nice to be able to see what's happening on camera because I can make adjustments or make changes. Because the thing is, the way the light reflects, sometimes it's hard to see because all I see is the light reflections. Whereas being able to look in the camera, it allows me to kind of like pop in and out of this lighting and be able to just see how this all starts to come together. The hard part here that I'm about to do is figuring out how to give the letters the same design and texture without... I think the best way to have done this was to paint everything and then paint the letters afterward. That probably would be the most efficient, productive way.
Bye.
Later, babe. Oh, you're wearing a mask?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's some serious weather right now.
I love his eyes in this photo.
Which one?
Lower right hand corner.
Oh, yeah, no, he's...
Handsome cat.
Oh, yeah, those are some beautiful, bright eyes. I didn't even...
All right, bye-bye.
All right, later.
I'm not gonna lock this.
Okay. So let's go like this and just go into the space around. Give it a little bit of a blending. I want to make these like hard edges disappear a little bit. And let's go lay down this paint here. Grab our yellow again. So the hard part is knowing when to put the brushes down and say it's finished, at least for you. Honestly, I've never really had a problem with like saying it's finished. In fact, I think my problem is often saying finished too fast when there's plenty I could do to either, not just to paint just for the sake of painting, right? But also to paint for the sake of seeing what else could be done, how far you could push it. And one of my mentors saw that as a weakness as me, because like I could finish a project I could knock out a project, say it's done, uh, request my grade, and move on, right? And other students, it would take them like weeks to finish one project. But I don't think that's I don't know what that says about me besides the fact that like, when I'm done with something. But they saw that as a weakness in me, and they're like, "Hey, dude, work on this again for next week. Push it, keep pushing it, keep going. Don't just, stop just because you think you're done." So, but I also saw that as a weakness in my mentor, that maybe they were overly perfectionist, and that they probably couldn't figure out how to finish things. So, and again, I'm not saying this is a weakness or a strength or whatever, but I think there is there's a balance between being able to figure out when something is done, and then there's a balance between being able to figure out when something is done, and then, just thinking everything's always done whenever you say it is, right? This balance. But also, I will say that the context of that study of my mentor, he did work in some highly successful video game companies, and very successful video game companies. He was like a director of one of the video game companies, and I think what they were ultimately trying to teach us was like, hey, if you're going to work for a company, sometimes you just got to keep pushing things, keep working things. Because I think also another thing, like if you're actually working in video games, you don't want to be too efficient, right? You don't want to be like so quick and efficient. Again, I am looking at this from a independent contractor perspective. You don't want to be like a machine, because otherwise the company will treat you like a machine. And I am totally saying this from this is not how people should behave, but this is ultimately how people do think, right? Like if you're too efficient, your boss is just going to give you more work, more work, more work. And a lot of times that does not get appreciated. So I say this with a caveat. Companies, hiring managers won't like me to say this. Bosses don't like me to say this, but companies want people to be like machines. They want people to be super highly efficient, highly talented, finish their work beyond time so that they could be given more work. But I also think in the space of creativity, being a highly efficient AI-like concept art pumping out machine, it can actually be a detriment, because you become the team that can just keep getting more work. And I think that perspective was maybe where he was coming from, in the sense of like, hey dude, keep working it. I don't want you to be done right now. It's too quick, right? Like you can't be finished 1 week before everybody else is supposed to finish this project. You got to keep working, So I think there's that element of this, which isn't necessarily doesn't really necessarily say anything negative about him. Just, again, that's my assumption, right? I'm making assumptions. I'm not spitting the total truth, because I've never worked in the video game industry, but I can imagine that's, when people constantly talk about layoffs and competition with AI, and artists take all sorts of amounts of time that they need to finish a project. I was getting that vibe from him. That experience in the corporate video game world, where you're trying to find that balance between talent and productivity and efficiency. Sometimes slowing down can be helpful, I think. But again, I could be totally interpreting it wrong. Either way, it was definitely me. What do you mean? Which part was definitely me? Working too fast, or I don't know. Or was it what I just said, just totally off key, and I'm not, I will never get a job in the video game industry because what I just said. Speaking of which, good or bad, I don't work in the video game industry, so. As far as what my professor suggested, that you go back and work on my project, it was definitely me. Yeah, okay. Well, fair enough. Fair enough. Yes. Yes, he definitely saw that it looked unfinished. And I realized that, that is a problem that I do. So therefore, I learned so many great things from that mentor, but I also do see it in general. I see it as a creative limitation when people, aren't capable of saying, "Hey, this is done. Let's move on to the next project." And maybe they didn't have a project in the books, right? That's another thing I think. I guess, and again, I'm assuming things. If you're working in video games, especially, you're gonna have a project, and you can't just finish and say you're done, because at some level, you have to finish a contract to completion, right? And that takes. If you're expected to take a month for that, then finishing up early makes you seem like, you finish too fast. So, I don't know. But that's why I did not pursue a career in video games, because I guess that's a bad reason, just to have that one experience and not do it. That's not the only reason why, but I don't know. I don't like digital art. I personally, I like digital art, but I don't like making digital art as well. Yeah. It's not my thing. So that also pulled me away a bit. I like digital art. I believe that, digital artists are incredibly highly skilled people that have not only creative vision, but like technical skill and ability to learn and everything. But I just did not like digital art myself. So just work in this space until it looks smooth. And you know what? It's funny because this is the effect I was trying to get the other day with this area, but I wasn't able to achieve it because the paint was wet. But I think right now I am able to do this. Your art is like painting by numbers. I should ask for my money back. Would he point out what my painting was missing? He would, but in the sense of like he would work it I mean, this guy, he's incredibly talented, right? Like, super. I mean, he was a very successful art director at a video game company. So, you know, digital art is something that you could work forever until it looks absolutely perfect, just like the photo, right? You can do that. And if you've ever seen the work of some digital artists, my goodness, they are so touched up, so absolutely incredible. And he would be able to point out, like, hey, look, you can make this look even closer to your references. You can improve the. He showed me so many things, right? It wasn't that like something needed to be fixed as much as it was like, hey, you can keep working this, and this is how you can keep working it until like you've done the most perfect job. And that's where, you know, I got lost, is especially for, I think, concept art, in my opinion. And again, I that's why I didn't get a job in the business. So I'm not the most credible source. But in my opinion, you know, concept art should have like a, again, I did not get a job in a business, so me talking out of my ass here is not conductive for anybody to listen to. But in my opinion, I didn't think that concept art really needed me to spend an extra week on just one project. That I was like, you know what, I'm ready to move on to the next project. I felt like it was done. However, my mentor was so talented, he could show me like, hey, this is how you could just keep pushing it further, man. Just, you know, get the color palette closer. Add more tools to the character's tool belt. You know, do this, do that. And he could, every week, he would always be able to find something to add to perfect what I was working on. And he was an incredibly talented artist. He worked in the business. They hire him for a reason. So there is that to be said. And I did accept, I appreciated his mentorship. I did learn a lot from him. But what he helped me most to realize was he was making the art that I just realized that is not my personality, right? I am not a digital art perfectionist. And even he realized, you know, I think even he realized, he would constantly show us like, yeah, like AI, man, this is what people are using. And I also felt at some level, you know, he was showing me that at some level, especially with concept art, maybe he wasn't purposely doing this, but he was teaching me how to make like incredibly perfect, highly detailed concept art beyond just regular concept art, but into the realm of like total wonderful illustration. And where am I going with this? He would also show me that like AI, the power of like AI, he had access to all these great AI tools. And he'd be like, yeah, he would just show me like, this is how AI does it. These are some references to check out. And it was at that point where I'm like, not only do I not have this desire to create this like perfectly handled digital art, not only do I not have that in me, it's not my personality, it's not my artistic personality to work and rework a specific area over and over and over until I felt it was just right. Because that's one thing you could do with digital art, right? Like in digital art, there is no excuse for this line to not be perfectly straight. Absolutely no excuse. No excuse for this line to not be exactly where I want it. There's zero excuse. And that was almost like, you know, there's no excuse and especially in digital art. And I just felt like that level of perfectionism was not for me. And yeah, so that's why I dropped out of digital art, a concept art school, after 2 semesters, and got into painting, fine art, you know? Especially with AI coming about. Like, I saw those tools and I was like, and it was like my first, he wasn't asking me to tell a story in my work. He did like coach me into adding more story, like, you know, in character development, using references, trying to like figure out how these like adding to the story. He was definitely teaching me that. Again, incredibly talented, but I also saw this element of, you know, he was making it apparent. He didn't say it explicitly, but he definitely made it apparent that there is AI, and AI is coming, and that AI is very good. And at some level, even in concept art, unless you're at the top of your game already, he didn't really explicitly say this. Again, I'm making it up, but I think at least for concept art, I think a lot of jobs will be limited in the future, and the skill isn't going to be how amazing of a talented digital painter you can be, how much of a perfect digital artist you could be for concept art, but more so like, you know, these other things that AI could potentially do. And that if you were going to get into art, that 3D art would be like the main field. Again, still so much room for digital artists. I'm not trying to dissuade anyone from being digital art, especially if you're already very experienced and you're passionate about digital art and you love it and it matches your personality both in a technical and a creative way. But being real with myself, digital art was totally just not in my key of performance. So right, Michael. I mean, you know, Michael, I was just using the straightness as an example. Like what he showed me was that there's always more perfection that could be happen. And he wasn't like a total perfectionist. It's just like he would always show me like, oh, okay, here's matching the reference photo, and he would be able to show me all these show me how you could totally improve the lighting, match all the features. He's incredibly talented. He's worked for some huge companies, and you know, he really showed me and taught me a lot of things that were valuable to learn. And I'm very grateful for that experience. All right, let's go into here, and we're gonna add in our posts here. And right, I mean, you know, Omizu, you probably have way more experience in digital art. You've probably thought deeply about, you know, what's going to happen with AI and everything. So, you know, I definitely see what you're saying, and you know, I totally agree that, you know, AI can be a foundation, and it's up to the a digital artist to really come up with their unique interpretations, their flourishes, as you say, the additions. So yeah, I mean, I'm so glad that you're able to share your input on that. Let's go with a hint of red. Bring the center here. Can't even spell AI. It's glad me and Omi and other great artists are here. Yes. That's the best part. We're all here. We're all here to talk about the impending AI takeover of the entire universe. And what can I do with these trees? I got these trees upon a golden mountain. I want to give it a, let's give it a whiter version. This yellow, green, green, red, red, green, like a soft, and give it a softer color of this color. Gray it out. Grayed ochre might be good. Let's go with the grayed ochre. Let's see how this looks. So I can go for just a hint of red. This is like an orange. Orange would be a blue. Let me just get like a hint of blue. Let me get like a hint of blue into this. Just to give it this contrast here. Hint of blue. There we go. How's that look? I don't know about that. It's a little too silvery. That is kind of how I see trees. But this, it's like these trees have so much expression, but this branch is like wonky. You said purple. Yeah, you know what? Purple might be nice. Let me paint this over the rest of the trees so that we can have a consistent color, a base color, and then I'm going to paint over them with our purple, like a super light hint of purple. Doesn't look too bad. This does not look too bad here. It's like a gray. Oh yeah, and by the way, people, like, I think, you know, a digital art school is totally different than what you might experience in like a fine art college, right? Like, this digital art school was one of those certification programs. A lot of really talented mentors and teachers, but it wasn't like, but it wasn't fine art. It wasn't what we're doing. Well, I guess this could be similar because this is an illustration, but it wasn't like, you know, it wasn't fine art. You grab some more of this purple here. Okay, it's purple. I just don't like that it blends so too much with this well, fine art is basically anything that's not illustration or anything that's not illustration or like commercial art. Now, commercial art and illustration could be fine art, but fine art is like, hey, I want to put a banana on a wall. That's fine art, right? I want to take a bunch of flies and put them together to make a smiley face, and that would be fine art. I want to do abstraction, which you would never do. I mean, you could do in a concept art, right? I want to just abstract and mess with colors, like that would be fine art, but it wouldn't really fly in a career in concept art. Like a career in concept art, just like any commercial art, you know, you have a client that hires you to do something very specific, and you need to be able to do that thing. Amiza says that's BS art. Yeah, I mean, that's just. And here's another thing. You know, I think it was maybe my mentor's way of politely saying, like, your art's kind of crappy. I'm making this up. You know, it's his euphemism or his polite way of saying, you know, this isn't really good illustration. Your illustration is a little bit too wacky. It's not tight enough. It's not, it's just not tight enough. Tight meaning the fine details are not there, right? That was his way of politely saying that, is my guess. So yeah, I'm looking at my painting from a distance on this window, and I'm like, you know, I can see that it's a cat there, but he kind of blends in a little too much. I need to do something to separate the cat from the rest of the environment. What should I do? I'm just observing my painting in this video here. Right. You know what? The way I see it, like, fine art is where it's at only because people take the effort to do things like what you're saying, Amizu. And it has definitely, you know, reached a point where there's so much discussion and controversy, and you know what? It's where it's at. If it wasn't for Rembrandt to paint differently than his peers and use very improvised brushstrokes and bold colors, and if it wasn't for the Claude Monet, if it wasn't for Picasso to do something that he would have broken his career if it wasn't received well, if it wasn't for Jackson Pollock to freaking be like, hey, I'm gonna step all over my paintings, throw stuff on them, break glass, spit on them, and spit on them, throw my cigarettes on them. If it wasn't for Basquiat to pee on his painting of Andy Warhol and them together, if it wasn't for the cooning Marilyn Monroe that doesn't even look like Marilyn Monroe, I don't know where we'd be with art. I probably would not be an artist. I would not have made it in a school of the greatest. I would not have made it in the school of Raphael. I would not have made it in the fine halls of the Hudson Bay painters. But I'm actually going to put this on you for a second. Let's see. You do that too, but usually stand back. Not enough contrast. Outline everything. Too much yellow. Not enough contrast. Trauma on canvas. Yeah, there's not enough contrast. But perhaps that's a good thing. I don't know. Maybe it's kind of cool that it just all sits together and it makes you have to get closer to observe the painting. But there are still definitely a lot of details. I also feel like this backdrop needs to have a little bit of a fix there. But I'm gonna put this on mute for a second. Gotta do some things, talk to some people. All right, all right. And we're back, and great to see some exciting discussions around this painting. I love the critiques. And you know what's funny? One other thing I learned while doing that art school, in the online art school, is I started reading lots of books or listening to lots of books about like art schools. And in all honesty, I think the most valuable thing about art school, and again, I have not attended a full art school college, but I think the only thing missing in most art people's lives isn't the learning experience. It's not the how-to. It's not like the teacher that teaches you how to perfectly render a human being. There's so much of that everywhere. That's everywhere. You can find that on anywhere on the internet. There's millions of books with ISBNs that teach you how to render a perfect face. There's tons of great teachers that can teach you how to use a pencil, a pen to draw something. I mean, there's only a limited number of good ones, but the thing that I think that is totally missing, if you don't go to art school, you miss this one thing. It's the idea of the critique. To have your peers or friends or mentors actually sit there and evaluate and tell you what they think is good, what they think is bad, what they would do differently. And that's the one thing that I thought was so valuable when I was in this online program. You know, we could just sit and talk about each other's work. Say what we thought was good, what we thought was bad, what we would do differently. And you know what? Some people are sensitive about it, but you know, I don't know. I think that's incredibly valuable. And the more I hear about art school, right? Like, there's only so many, unless you have an incredible mentor or a very specific teacher, like, I don't know what, you know, unless your teacher's like the most highly recognized contemporary artist and they spend all their time with you to teach you their ways and their philosophies and their methods and guide you through the path and brings you into the galleries and recommends you and refers you to the top gallerists in the world. Unless there's like a teacher like that, you know, school's up what you make of it, of course. But the thing that, if I was to like design the most valuable thing in an art school, I don't think it would be the lessons. Of course, the teachers are important, but you can find how to actually draw anywhere. You can find how to paint almost anywhere. And yes, it helps to have somebody sitting right next to you telling you exactly what to do. But really, like the thing that separates being in an art school from just self-learning is that critique. Is having that critique, having someone tell you what they believe or feel about your work. You know, and then using that critique and either developing more ideas from it, and not just from like a technical perspective, but also, you know, to have opinions on like symbolic perspective, social message, political message, if you're, you know, trying to do political commentary art, or you know, developing your artist theory or whatever. I would make an argument that if art schools got rid of that, they would have like nothing. You know, there would be no value in an art school, because the technical stuff is so, like, it can be learned, it can be taught, and yeah, I don't know. And again, you know, I'm probably BSing, because I've only gone to a online art program for concept art, but that's what I found most valuable. You know, the separation between what I was self-learning, because I was self-learning, right? I did a lot of other courses. I did the in-person teachings. I went to the live drawing sessions. I bought all the books, went to all the courses, you know, downloaded all the Udemy courses, the different schools that had these one-off online drawing, painting programs for digital art. You know, I even had like a mentor or two, but it wasn't until like I realized the only thing that separated the school from just self-learning wasn't just the mentor, because those you could find. It was the actual critiques that you receive from your peers, the conversations that you have regarding art, that little community of people that, you know, either you trust or you don't trust. Even like a negative criticism from your worst enemy is valuable in some way. Your worst, like, competitive, I don't want to say enemy, but like, you know, let's say you're in art school, you have somebody that you don't like, you don't vibe with, they don't like your work, you don't like your work. Even the worst comment from them is helpful in some way, because, you know, it helps you to build your own suit of armor against critics. But that's my opinion on that. So I talk a little too much about different things. The areas, yes, they will pop, just outlining them. So how's the weather? Wet, but it's nice for the next few hours. Public critiques, and then they give the money. Autodidact, self-taught. Yes, self-taught. So I'm definitely not self-taught. I've definitely had mentors. I've gone, you know, I call it self-guided. I've gone to lots of different online programs for digital art, in-person programs for like painting. So I call it I'm definitely self-guided, but not totally self-taught. Read lots of books. And I have y'all teaching me, right? Michael and Corey telling me all the ways that things could be improved. Guiding my hand. What's the question? Final answer what? I didn't know there was a question. Oh, because I'm talking too much. Is that why? All right. Let's get some more gloves. Need my gloves again. You know, I do like the subtlety of color around the background. I think what I should do right now is also paint the top of this before I forget, just so I can also allow the top to dry. Let's go with, I'm gonna go ahead and take this brush that has this yellow, grab, oh my gosh. It's yellow, and I'm gonna pull our white. Just gonna paint along the top here. Grab a little bit of our blue here. Gloves and jelly. Gloves and jelly. By the way, this canvas is amazing. It's a Daler Rowney canvas, and I don't always paint on canvases with this type of texture, but it is totally different there is a rougher surface that allows me to have like these different textures on it. Usually when I paint on canvases, they're a little bit it's just different. Canvases are a little different. But here we go. So much going on with this cat. I think what needs to be tightened up is this area around the paw. But I'm wondering for this back wall, oh yeah, so this needs to be, I'm trying to decide if I want this to still be orange or whether I want to update the color on this. And then whether this back wall should have a different color. And let me, oh yeah, I need, so I'm going to clean off this brush for now. And clean off this brush before I forget. To painting, gloves, and your jelly, you prefer. So, Omiza, are you asking me, oh, what is the most important thing to painting? Honestly, I think the most important thing to painting or drawing is, from a modern art perspective, is the unique interpretation of the artist themselves. So if that does mean that the artist is very engineer-like and requires a ruler, compass, whatever, even having to trace, if that's what's required, then the interpretation of the artist itself, I think, is the most important. But obviously, if you're tracing, that just means that you're copying somebody else, so it's not really a unique interpretation. But I guess it could be argued, right? But I think the most important thing in painting or drawing. Now, this isn't the most technical important thing, right? The most technical important thing would be different, but I think, you know, it's argued that it is the unique line or the expression from the artist themselves, which could, maybe their lines are very rigid, maybe their lines are totally flawed, maybe their lines are, you know, maybe their interpretation like would totally baffle somebody, but you know, that's what I think is the most important thing. Again, at least as modern art is concerned, I'm sure a classically trained artist would have a totally different perspective. You know, maybe a classical artist would say the beauty, finding the perfect beauty of a line, of a color, seeking the most beautiful thing. But you know what? Some people love the ugly. Some people love the horror. Some people love the, you know, capturing the violence of human nature. And I don't think that it's necessary to seek beauty in those times. You know, that's not what they're doing. So again, you know, totally from where, as far as modern art is concerned, where we've come with all these fascinating artists and minds. Once I do have, does that make a good technically made painting though? Oh, definitely, you know, technically made, no. Yeah, nothing I am saying. I mean, you know, actually, no, I take that back. If the artist is a highly technical artist, like I was saying, as far as an engineer goes, right? For example, if they need to use a ruler to create the most perfect line, you know, if they need to use a, you know, use a team of engineers to create a building, and that's their art because they're an architect or something, or they need to, you know, Pete Mondrian, right? You can't do Pete Mondrian. You can't compare Pete Mondrian with Jackson Pollock, right? Their style of painting is totally different. So, but I think even Pete Mondrian, probably using rulers, probably maybe using tape to create his designs. It's totally that is the unique expression. If they are technical, right? If they are technical, if they're not a technical person, you know, if they are not technical, then that is what they are not. And it is their unique interpretation that I think is the most important. But for technical painting, what is the most important thing, right? I would say that it is, of course, the technical stuff. Or for a highly expressionist artist, what would be the most important thing? The expression. So maybe I just lean more toward that expressionist philosophy than I do the technical side. So still deciding here. I've not decided what to put into the. Ooh, I should not have done that because I saw some black on my brush. That's okay. We're gonna go with. Let's go with a little bit of green into here. We're gonna pull in our green. Why do I want to make this green? I just do. And then you know what? I think another art to making art is how do you piss off the super technical artists? That I think that is a fine. Isn't it interesting how serious some super technical artists get upset about like the fact that someone made a tremendous amount of money from a banana peel on the wall? Like, how can you not find the humor in that? How can you not find the not the humor technical artist suffering? Because we know, you know, that technical artist is thinking, I spent my whole lifetime trying to learn how to create the perfect art, and here's some dude named Catalan who just decides to put a banana peel on a wall, and he has sold more art than I have in the past 5 years. He has sold for more than I have in the past like 5 years of my dedication. And like obviously the technical artist doesn't find that funny, but I think if you're able to look at it from like an outside perspective, the irony of that situation, I mean, irony in itself, it's like, you know, life is a comedy, tragedy, a comedy, it's all these things. And I don't think he made that to piss off, like, to make upset any specific artist. I don't like this color. Dang. Satire. And then he eats the banana. Yeah. I don't like this color here. Let me go with the blue. I'm going to go over this with a light blue here. And we're just going to create this separation. I may just have to paint over it again later. Can't we just find the humor in things, you know? But hey, I'm sure that there is some well-known artist out there who was in art school and he had a friend or a competitor student who was just so obsessed with the fine details and would constantly give him critiques about how bad his drawings were, how technically poor his drawings were. And somehow that artist became more successful than the guy who's obsessed with the technicalities, because he was like, screw this. I'm not going to go to try to be the best drawing artist. I'm going to go make waves in the world of fine arts. And I think that book, someone recommended it to me. I don't know who it was. I can't remember. Maybe it was one of y'all, but that book, The Art Spirit by Robert Onry. I mean, I think he captures that essence well. Is like, you know, he talks about people who are so good at capturing figures, that are incredibly talented figure drawers, and they do that for their entire lives. And they never move on to, they're just in the same fine art circles, making the same perfectly rendered drawings of figures, and they just never find their own voice, their creative voice in they never find their own creative form of expression in their art, because what they learned was to basically perfectly render a human body, a human figure, in a drawing. And they're good. The art looks beautiful, but that's about where their learning or their transformation as an artist stops. It's just that. I don't know, but you know, maybe I interpreted that differently. Because if you look up the work of Robert Onry, I mean, he's a very technical artist. Like, you could tell that he's very talented and, you know, technically proficient artist. But even he said that. So he usually ended up getting a bloody nose. They can't draw anything else. Yeah, I mean, so many choices, right? So many choices. Why can't all the spoils just go to the hardest working person, right? Why can't art just be this simple system that's cut and dry? Like, if you can draw a perfect circle, you can make $5 million. Why can't art just do that? And then why can't it be whoever dedicates 40 years of their life to painting will automatically be remembered in the halls of fame of art? Why can't we all just, you know, be welcomed into the finest galleries? Why can't we all just find our Andy Warhol sitting in a coffee shop somewhere and do a portrait and sell them an envelope and have them become your mentor that takes you into the finest galleries of New York City and invites you to the hottest parties, that helps you get seen as an artist, to help you build a highly successful career? I don't know, why can't that happen for everybody? What else? What was I even just, what was my point? I have no clue what my point was. I think it was something about something to do with like the technical versus the expression, I guess, is what I was trying to say. Huh. So Marianne Sorensen, what's going on? You caught us at an interesting time. I was just going on about stuff. So let's do this. Does this really need outlines? I really want to do outlines. I kind of want to keep it this flat look. Oh yeah, I keep forgetting what I was going to do. So I was cleaning my brush. That's what I was going to do. How long does it take to clean a brush? It took me like 5 minutes to clean one brush, I think. Let me clean off this brush. Okay, and here we go. I'm going to put that up. Here's another brush that could use some cleaning. You have heard from me in a while, but they can't do anything. Yeah, as Michael says, there's tons of great artists in the world, but most never get recognized for their work. You know, I think there's hope, especially today. It's modern, modern times. I think it's about that expectation of what kind of recognition we expect to get. Like some artists, I think there's some great artists who aren't even trying to get recognition, right? They just want to do paintings in the privacy of their own garage, and they don't want recognition. So, you know what? They don't want it. They're not going to get it. And if they don't show their work, they're not going to get it. Like I see, like I definitely see people on like Reddit. Reddit is such an interesting place because I go to this group called like Artist Lounge, and it is just incredibly amusing to me. But it's this group where most people just complain, and there's people on there that don't even like to make art. They're like, I can't stand drawing. Every time I pick up a pen and I try to set it down to draw in a sketchbook, I just quit. I just hate it. I can't stand it. There's literally people that are on there posting, saying that. And, you know, they're expecting to have like an art career. And I think that this is a range of expectations where there's probably somebody who's an incredibly talented artist who is sitting somewhere, painting in a garage somewhere. They're not getting their work out there. They're not telling anyone except for their family. They're not sharing it with the gallery. They're not uploading it for prints. And they're also saying, you know what? I'm terrified of getting my work out there. I don't ever want anyone to see it. Yet deep in their mind, they're wondering why they're not getting recognition for it. And I think it's that similar thinking of, you know, there's a lot of talented people, yes, and some may not get recognition, not because they're not trying, but because they're not trying, but not because they're not talented, but because they're really just, they think they want it, but they're not actually like, you know, pursuing it. They're not doing live streams. They don't even have like an Instagram page. And maybe they don't use an Instagram page. Maybe it's some other social media. It could be any social media, and they're not even using it. They're just posting anonymously on Reddit. So Omizu, for some reason, a lot of Omizu's messages today are getting put in timeout. I'm not doing it. It automatically moderates. But Omizu's last message, I don't know if it shows, but it says, start your own loser thread and get off the art threads. Yeah, exactly. I mean, you know, but that's the Artist Lounge. It's such an amusing like thread to me. It's such an amusing user group to me. Oh, his message is showing. Okay, because on my screen it shows that it was hidden, and I felt like I was supposed to do something to it, but apparently it's not. So, yeah, I don't know what happened there. But I will say, here's the funny thing, is I will say that some of those groups are really like motivational to me, because, you know, there's all this talk about, oh, everything's saturated. There's so many artists. There's so many people that draw. There's so many people that are talented but not getting recognition. There's so many people that are in digital art. But, you know, I think when you go in that group, you realize that there's so many wannabes. There's so many people that are doing it not as a hobby, but out of like, you know, there's so many people doing it that don't even like it. And I'm not saying that that's who you should compare yourself to. I'm not saying that that's like a good sample of the talented artists that you're probably, you know, that you probably have around you or whatever. But I think it is a good, it gives you some good insight into in this whole universe of artists, that there's people that don't even like doing it. And that probably makes up a huge portion where, you know, if all you do is enjoy, if you do one thing and that's just enjoy doing art, you are ahead of 100,000 people, 100,000 wannabe artists on Artist Lounge. Like, all you need to do is fake that you enjoy drawing or that you enjoy painting, and you're already ahead of 100,000 people. I would say at least half of those people are there for the therapeutic effects of asking, you know, trying to figure out why they don't enjoy art. But, you know, that's motivational. Like, if all you do is like doing what you're doing and drawing and painting, I mean, you're already ahead of 100,000 people. Now, 100,000 people isn't a lot in this world, but, you know, as far as the internet is concerned and where artists go and where people try to seek advice, you just need to enjoy what you do, and you're already ahead of a lot of people. That's just like that's just like step number one. Just enjoy it. If you don't enjoy it, then like yeah, it's just that is the barrier, right? That is the barrier to success. And I'm not saying, you know, if all you do is enjoy it, you're gonna become one of the most widely recognized artists on the planet. But you just a little step above the masses of people. It's hard to find other artists to paint with. I think that can be true depending on where you live. Am I arguing? No, we just talk. We just talk a lot. I get my voice is very. I think my voice can be very. I don't want. I guess, for lack of a better term, unfriendly. So, yeah. Then maybe one day you come back with a fresh perspective and try to make art. Yeah. Oh, yeah. So I think Omizu is really just joining the conversation. Yeah, Omizu. Oh, Corey's just joining the conversation, and I guess he is. You know, the way he's saying it, I guess, is to the people that are making these posts that I'm mentioning. So I don't think we're arguing. We're just. But also, my voice can be very, very abrasive. I know. I've heard that my tone can be very abrasive. So. You know what I'm going to do? Something that I haven't actually done before is I'm going to try to use a small brush to sketch out some lettering, scrape out some lettering before I actually put it, so that I can get an accurate visual of how much space I actually need. Usually what I do is just go straight into writing it, but I don't know if I'm gonna have enough space. I need like a super fine tip brush. I need focus right now, so I'm shutting my mouth. So, shutting my mouth for a few moments as I build up this section here. Wow, quiet in my room. Intensity of the conversation. Put you in a timeout. Hey, I can't handle the intensity. Can't play with the brushes. Can I hold the wand of power? And I think I could take this, bring Beechwood. Trying to think if I should go with a smaller lettering or Beechwood DR. Okay, well, there we go. We have got that lettering. I am content with that lettering. That is my unique handwriting. Let the guy paint. Okay, so I'm gonna leave that for now. I want some of this to dry before I work this area again. I like these colors. It's like these cooler, you know, blues and greens. All right, so what am I avoiding? I'm avoiding the cat. I've somewhat avoided painting this cat. So here we go. Let's get into it. Let's paint the cat. What brush should I use to paint this cat? I have all this purple. I have all this purple. Look at how much purple I made that I'm not even going to use right here. All that purple right there in the center right here. This is really thick. Nice. And I'm not going to use that. I'm probably not even going to use the green either. I might, actually, you know what? I might use the green. But we'll see. You know what? I could actually probably use the purple too. Paint some of the shrubbery in the background. But I'm not going to do that now. Let me clean off my brush here. What if the stuff to the left of the cat, this side or this side? Because you're seeing a different side than I am. The left, you mean this side? This is a sign. It's a street sign. So up close, you'll be able to see that this is a street sign that represents the main. So there's this neighborhood in one of the original neighborhoods in Hollywood. It's called Beechwood. If you look it up, you'll see that Marilyn Monroe supposedly used to live on that street. Oh, this is just a line. It's just a rectangle. I'm not going to give detail to that. It's an apartment. This is an apartment block. But I'm not going to give the extra detail to it. So, I might have put it for a frame. Now that I'm thinking about frames, I probably put his tail a little bit too low. I don't know. But it's... so this is an overhang. So this is actually two separate floors to a building, right? And this is a walkway. But instead of actually painting the walkways, I'm just leaving a dark space just to create the separation. I'm not going for the realism here. So I'm trying to think, how can I separate this cat a bit? Cleaned off this brush. This brush is good to go. Is the purple bar necessary to the painting? I think so. I think it helps to break up the space. You know, otherwise this side would just be a big flat green, and I think it helps to break up the space, create a little bit of a extra dimension, and I think it does a little bit to help capture. Again, this is a very specific cat that, you know, lived in a very specific neighborhood, and the streets are actually pretty iconic. So some of this captures the environment, but without going overboard and getting too much into detail, because this is ultimately a portrait of this cat that has since passed, not so much a, you know, highly rendered thing. But let me see what I can do. There's some tightening up that I should probably do around the head here. Let's see. I'm gonna go. Actually, let's just use this brush. I've been using this brush for the cat. Necessary to paint. Put a window in the wall. And I want to keep this a little bit, not surreal. Well, yeah, I do want to keep it a little bit surreal, and I think it helps to have like these various objects not fully rendered, but even a little bit flat. Hey, you take care, Michael. Take care, dude. Even just having some of these areas kind of flat, I like it. So let's go with an ochre right now. We're going to go straight with our ochre. We've actually used this ochre quite a lot here. And let's bring in some of our white. Oh, so something's sticking out of the cat's back? Well, that's not what it is. So it is what it is. Oh, you know what? I've got this gold color. Let's go in here. Actually, you know what? Maybe we could use some purple. Maybe I can use some of this purple. And here we go. Bring this down, separate some of the space here. Make it look like there's some hair. He's not really a brown cat, so I really want to be a little bit more careful using some of these shadows to like just capture the fact that this is underneath the cat, like below the cat. Welcome to the bold. Oh my goodness, wow. Mizu has joined as a member, my goodness. Welcome to the bold. The bold. The bold and the beautiful. Thanks so much for joining as a member, Omizu. I would totally consider hiding your name in a future painting, but I can't in this one because this is somebody specifically hired me to do this. So therefore, he has joined the team. Team Omizu. I am on your team, dude. We are on each other's team. But thanks so much, man. Goes a long way. Goes a long, long way for sure. And it is awesome. I'm sure you've had, you've experienced the feeling of when, someone enjoys your work and is able to do something like this, that it definitely keeps you going, So yesterday, I didn't say this in my story yesterday, but yesterday I actually got accepted into an art show. Is that the name of the group? The Bold. Yes, the group is The Bold. So yesterday I was actually feeling kind of down because I got into an art show. I got accepted into an art show, but they sent me an email, and I actually didn't see the email. And I messaged them about it yesterday, and they said that it was too late. That it was too late for me to bring my work in. It's the 6th. I sent the email yesterday. It was the 7th. The email was sent out on the 2nd that told us we were accepted. I didn't see the email until yesterday, and they had said that because they didn't accept any late arrivals for the artwork. So I was kind of feeling down because I missed the email. I could have brought my art to the show. It's just I missed the email, and for whatever reason, they didn't want any more people bringing their stuff. So I was kind of down, but even simple things like that, on your own mistake, you could get down on yourself. But at the same time, I was also very fortunate because I went and took a nap. And then a couple hours, right as soon as I woke up from my nap, I got into the art show, but they wouldn't let me bring my work because I was a day late. They wouldn't allow any late entries because it was such a hit. So many people got accepted. But fortunately, so I was kind of down by myself. I took a nap. Right as soon as I got up from the nap, an old client of mine, a former client of mine, called me and said that they wanted me to paint at an event of theirs. They were going to hire me to paint at an event of theirs. So there we go. I mean, just totally lucky, It's so easy to... Art is one of those things where it's so easy to have your emotions transformed 1 second by someone who enjoys seeing the work that you've put in to your pieces, and then the next second by someone who does not, or someone who, I guess they enjoyed my work enough to accept me, but they didn't like me enough to give me the chance to turn in my work late. So that's life. But at the same time, I was really feeling down with it. So I was like, come on, you doofus, how did you miss that email? How come you didn't bring your work in, you doofus? I'm not calling anyone a doofus. I'm calling myself a doofus. Yeah. But in an instant, my emotion had changed from one of being upset about this thing that I had missed, that I had, wanted, to having another client, having a repeat client. So very grateful for that. And of course, very grateful for you, Corey, to join in as a member. And not just any member, but one of the founding members. The founding members. So one thing I got to do is I need to figure out how to design his eye a little bit better. Let me carve out his eye. Let me do some fine detail along the eye here. What I need to do is I need to use a nice small brush to define a little bit more black to separate his eyes, and then define the inside of the eye and add some more highlight to the inside of the eye to give it a more crystal green color. So I need to separate the eye with our black, but I also need to establish the internal of the eye with some more clear white. I'm going to use some white to give it like a gloss, a glaze. I won't tell you that, Corey, but I will figure out how to do that for you. But here's the thing, like I haven't really fully decided on like the higher tiers. I've thought about doing this thing where like in the future, you know, I have all of my live streams available now, but I was thinking like in the future they would only be available like my earlier live stream. I'm talking like, you know, I was thinking every year I would make it so that you know, previous live streams from a previous year would be for members only. So that's the one thing I had difficulty with when it came to trying to figure out the membership thing, is like, you know, I like the idea of being able to paint and just painting live and not having to like worry about, oh, well, like, you know, who should be allowed to see my lives? So trying to figure out what I can give in the long run is something I'm still working on. I'm still figuring that out. But I think starting with just the badges, I think are going to be helpful. Oh, that's awesome. Hey, I didn't even know you could do that. Thanks for letting me know. Thanks for the info. I will definitely figure that out. I'll have to do something like that. So right now I'm focused on making these eyes pop a little bit, giving them this beautiful green yellow. And that's my goal right now, is just making these eyes pop, give them a bright color. You assume you just upload. Yeah, that's what I'm guessing too. Not totally gotten to that yet. And then let me grab some of this yellow. I'm going to grab like a really bright yellow. I'm going to create some dimension in these eyes here by adding some highlights of yellow. This is gonna have a bit as well. And here we go. So we're gonna go into his head. Actually, I like this yellow. Let me define the ear a little bit. We're gonna go down into the ear and create a subtle outline, not necessarily like an outline, but just a subtle shift in color. Create some separation here. Let's go down like this. Just to add some variety in color. And let me go here. We're gonna go into the eyes, and what I have to do is I have to use our black to establish his eye region a little better. Just a really subtle line around the top. And then here we go. We're going to do the same thing across the bottom here. Grab some of this color again. There we go. I feel like that's a much more definitive cat eye. Question earlier about the most important thing to... Oh, contrast. So that was a pop quiz. That wasn't a question. Or maybe the context of what you were asking. I don't know. Maybe the context of what you were asking in that situation was something I missed. And let's see how I can use this darker color. We're gonna use some of this color to capture some more detail. You're just seeing how I would answer that question, right? How does Emmett Ferguson answer the question? What is the most important thing of a painting? Okay, this isn't the brush that I should be using for this specific section. Let me go grab this purple. We need to go in a bit thicker. Going with this color here. Now let's find a nice contrasting area. I want to find some subtle contrasting areas. I don't necessarily want to do an outline, but I want to, as you have mentioned, you know, add contrast, but just try to do it subtly in certain areas. It helps to just create a bit of separation between what's going on and all that. So right here, I can't actually see this paw. It's hidden behind a leaf. So I'm kind of making it up, but fortunately, you know, I can figure out how to make it up. Yes, without the black outline. And here we go. I'm gonna go right into here. Let's grab some of this blue again. Go around the front of the paw. Need a deeper blue. Let's get this cerulean blue. We're gonna go pop this down into here. Let's give him some color. I think the direction we're going with this, with the way the brushwork is happening, I mean, I think the variety of color actually works on him. But I think the biggest area that I should probably figure out right here is this paw section. What can I do to separate this distinction in the paw? I think first I can separate a little bit with this, with the shadow. I'm gonna go with this blue here, this ultramarine blue. Yeah, contrast. So what do you think? Like, let's say here, for example, this is the white against the yellow wall. I think this contrast on the bottom is okay. But maybe the top does disappear, because that's kind of the nature of fur, is that it just kind of disappears in light almost. Or maybe I just go with a white or a light blue. Let me try with this light blue again. We're gonna grab our cerulean blue. What? So that's orange. Yeah, gold. I'm gonna go with a light purple, if it's possible to grab this purple here, and go with a white across the top here. No, it doesn't really match though. Welcome back.
Still hard at work, huh?
Yeah. Important painting.
I know. It really is. Jim was doing that.
Yeah.
Yeah, he wanted people to stay off. Drop the gym. Hi. Let's finish your food. It's not your favorite, huh? No.
Here, that's a little better. That's a little bit of a contrast right there.
Finish it.
And here, I think in his head, he needs some more of these like lighter.
Where's the kittens? Hi. Where's you guys? Hi.
These lighter colors. Because otherwise the color on his head just looks too flat. And that's not the case for this cat. So just going on with a smaller brush and just going, maybe add in our white here. They both scratching at the same time. So cute.
Who?
Fern and Scout.
Oh, really? Oh. They were both in the bedroom.
Let's see, right around here, create some separation in the face. And let's grab some more of this white. I'm just gonna go and I think this is working. Yeah, we're getting somewhere. We want this. A little bit of a hint of purple. Come down around the side here.
You probably don't want any chili, do you?
Yeah, I'll some chili.
You will?
Let's go into this fur. Without painting too much over detail, just focusing on using some light colors to separate, but I don't want to do an outline. So my goal here is to create like a loose fur look, even if it's a little bit cloudy. Scout, why are you always drinking my water? didn't say you could drink my water. That's funny. As soon as I said that, he stopped. It's like he knew what I was saying, Cat. So as Omizu has mentioned, I am working on creating texture to separate some of these different areas. And I think that's helping to create that separation up on this area. The only problem is down here in this paw section, I'm having some challenges, but you know, I think I could actually leave this paw like this, you know, to have like some of these really just simple brush marks, nothing overly done. And I need a couple of dark brush marks to go into the face. Into the face here. Some darker areas. Just to capture the color variety. But not like overly doing it. And then bringing in some of our white. And right now my goal is mostly creating an illusion. Creating this illusion of the fur. Because I'm using this size of brush. This is not a fur size brush. But I'm using this illusion to capture like the major areas that allow the fur to look like it's a dense fur with such a huge variety of color. And this illusion ultimately just helps to create the dimension. Because it is a very, very special type of artist that will literally go and make every single bit of fur. And I am not that special of an artist. I'm not that special of an artist. And here we go. I'm actually going to clean off this brush. I see some areas that I want to work on right now. I want to define the area around the face a little bit better. So I'm going to use a small very small filbert brush, and this is just going to help me go around the face. Let me grab this with the yellow. How did I do that? Carson Ellis, how did I do what? Which part? This live stream is available. It is fully available on YouTube. This entire process that I have done is fully available on YouTube. The previous stream as well as this one. So if you have any questions or you want to see the exact process, you can go ahead and review them. But also at the same time, if you have any specific questions, like right now, I'm also happy to talk about them. The whole thing. Ooh, that's a great question. So I was actually hired to do this, and this is an iconic cat in a iconic neighborhood in Los Angeles, and I happen to know the owner, and they wanted me to paint this. So I started with some reference photos. So I took a couple photos. I, live in the area, so I could get a reference of the Los Angeles or the Hollywood neighborhood. and basically just built this up bit by bit. Let's go up here.
Really?
Thanks, babe. And that's really the only way you can do one of these is you just build it up piece by piece. Is this hard? Good question. I don't think so. You just gotta have a process, you just gotta have a process. And through that process, you will find the way to make your piece. Just through that process. And here we go. But it also depends on like what you feel. Different things are hard for different people, right? Like figuring out the color palette, figuring out, we all have different things that challenge us. So it all depends on what you find challenging. And right now, just carving around the face here. Carving out the head. Finding just the right combination of color. Actually, I gotta stop in a moment here just to grab a bite to eat. Actually, I'm gonna keep the live stream on because I'm only gonna be away for a minute or a few minutes. But you know what, Carson? I don't think you don't necessarily need patience to paint. I know some people might disagree. I mean, you need patience to be able to do a certain type of painting, but there's plenty of things that you can paint that you don't actually need patience for. And it all depends on what you specifically want to do. But actually, I'm going to put a pause on this. I must put a pause on this for a few moments.
Are you going with me to the vet?
I will say one more thing as far as patience goes. I think it's not so much about patience as much as it is about passion or a desire to do something. Because, you know, if you don't have the desire to do it, whether you have patience in general, it doesn't really matter. But you have to have the desire to do it. All right, and we're back. Hello. Hope that wasn't too jarring the way I said, and we're back. I feel like I'm going to do a lot of extra painting today because a lot more hours. I'm treating today like a marathon painting day. And I find it, ever since I did my first marathon, I feel like I have more context of what that really means. And instead of thinking like, you know, a marathon is like this super, super long journey across life, I like to think of it more now as if you can consistently do something, in this case, in my case, this case right now, painting, you know, if you can consistently paint for at least 2 to 6 hours, so the time it took me to finish a marathon, a 26.2 mile run, the official Los Angeles Marathon, I finished it twice. The first time was 5 hours and 47 minutes, the second time was 6 hours and 17 minutes. Now, anytime I think of painting, and I put in anywhere between elite runners will, you know, be able to finish a marathon in like under 2.5 hours. So anytime I think of painting now, you know, I actually think of it in terms of a marathon. Like if it takes me 6 hours to finish a marathon and I can finish a painting in 6 hours, or do it, not to finish a painting, but if I could spend at least anywhere between 3 to 6 hours of painting, then essentially it's about the time that it takes to finish a marathon. And that's how I treat my creative endurance, my painting endurance sometimes. So for today, you know, it works especially well for, let's say, paintings like this, where you pretty much have everything laid out and you don't really necessarily need to think too deeply. You don't need to concentrate too hard to do some things. Like, sure, I still have to make a lot of decisions and that could be tiring, but as far as the overall layout, you know, everything that's already here is already here, and it's just a matter of like going into some parts and improving the details. And because of that, it makes the the situation a little bit easier, where, you know, similar to a marathon, right? Like a marathon, at one point, it just becomes this game of 1 foot in front of the next, 1 foot in the front of the next. It's very painful. It hurts. My body wants to quit. For some reason, my breathing has changed, and like my body's no longer taking in oxygen in the most efficient way like it was. But at the same time, you know, it's just, if you just follow this idea of 1 foot in front of the other, you can finish it. And I know this isn't the most effective way to think of creative activities in art, but I do like to think of painting some sessions as like a marathon, right? As this thing that I'm going to plan to spend to do, or that I'm going to plan to spend to do. Does that make sense? I'm going to plan to do for at least, you know, 2 hours on a good day, or 4 to 6 plus hours on another day. It's just one of those things, especially today, with everything that's happening with these, with everything that's happening with the fires in Los Angeles, and, you know, there's people thousands of people who have lost their homes. It's crazy, losing their homes, the artwork that they probably had. Sadly, a couple of pets have probably disappeared. People are losing ranches. You know, there's so much going on in Los Angeles, and, you know, just making me reflect. I mean, there's constantly, you know, scary, horrible things happening out in the world, and I'm often grateful about having the opportunity to paint. But today, because especially since all this stuff is happening so close, and I happen to just be lucky enough to be in this one little pocket of Los Angeles where where I'm not affected by the fires yet,
and I say yet because I don't want to totally say that it's not possible that I'll be affected by the fires, but since I'm not affected by the fires yet, it is, I'm lucky, I'm grateful and fortunate to be able to spend the day painting. School's out, work's out, and you know, while a lot of people are going through some incredibly rough times, thousands of people, I think they said over 30,000 people have been evacuated, and like 10% have lost their homes or something like that. That's a lot of people. And yeah. Like, I almost didn't want to paint today. Here's an interesting thing. I almost didn't want to paint today, especially live stream, because I almost felt guilty, you know? Like things, so many bad things are happening that I should probably not paint or like go do something else. I don't know, but I did choose to paint, and I guess the only thing I can really do is be grateful, realize that I am lucky enough to be able to do this right now. So anyway, there's that, and let's go ahead and start painting again, shall we? Let's do what we set out to do. Let's run this marathon. Well, let's finish this marathon. I'll probably be going for a couple more hours today, but not too much. And let's see, I've got this cat's face. The cat's face is doing okay. I don't need to, yeah, the cat's face is okay. Thank you for welcoming me back. Carson Ellis is here. Michael Wilbur was here. I created this section of shadow. Let's see. Let's take this brush that we've been using, and this is going to be for various furs. So I want to capture this one specific area to make sure I've got the feeling, the sense of it right. It's got all these beautiful markings. And let's go like this. We're going to go, and we're just going to go into the paws here. It's got some dark paws underneath, but he's got a cute little ring around his around the side of his paws right here. So we're going to include that, and we're going to include this like right here. Just some color, but we're not like, I'm not getting too specific. I'm not painting every detail of his paw. I'm just going in and creating the illusion that I am. Just creating an illusion that that's what I'm doing. The illusion of painting in all the fur. I'd even go as far as to say very impressionistically, but with a smaller brush than the Impressionists. Although the more I study Impressionism, the more I realize that they are pretty detailed. I mean, yes, Claude Monet has some really famous pieces that, you know, it is a total blur. And, you know, what I'm trying to say right now is that Impressionism doesn't mean less detailed. Like, some Impressionists were incredibly highly detailed in their brushwork to capture the essence of the colors that they were seeing. And that's ultimately what I'm going with this. That's what I'm going with for here. So let me grab a ochre color here and go for this ochre color. We're going to try to separate some of the fur in this section. Separate the fur there. And let's bring in, I actually like this area. It's a little bit unkempt. Just like these reds. But I want to like fill in some of these gaps. Maybe we'll throw in some more pops of blue and white. This blue-white right into here. This section right here. And just using this like technique to just create the dimension in this beautiful cat. And spending some more time to just add highlights to create like the separation between the different parts of his fur. Using more white now. And as I've mentioned at least, 500 times, I'm not going for the specific fur, every individual piece of fur, as much as I am essentially like clumping them together. I'm like bringing them into clumps and then using little brush strokes to separate different regions. And just using that as a way to capture the fur here. And honestly, I actually feel pretty comfortable saying that I'm almost done with this cat. Just want to add the colors here, just a little bit of white, some of the whites. Get this yellow. And we're going to add in some of this blue onto the black on top here. A bit of highlight along the edge just to create some separation there. And you know what? I don't really like how that turned out. So I will have to go over this. But let me get some more of this color off first. And we're going to go into here, define this space a little better around the paw. Let's go like this. It looks like there's a dew claw. Here's a dew claw. That's okay. We're gonna go bring this subtle color in like so. And I think as long as these main markings are right, that these main markings keep him recognizable as who he is, I think that's the most important part as far as his detail. Whereas the rest, I can still, maneuver and, maneuver some of the colors.
You're very chubby. Sorry, don't you in there. Can't hold you any longer. Heavy. Sorry.
I want to bring out his stripes out just a little bit further.
There we go. Okay.
Bring out his stripes just a little bit further. All right, later, babe. See you later. I'm gonna make them blue. Give them a variety of color here. And here we go. There's like no, I'm trying to find a good combination of colors in here because there's no real separation in here as far as where the foot goes. I think maybe right here I can somewhat separate a little bit. Just to separate the feet a little bit. And then let's look for some other dark splotches of space that I can. This is supposed to be like a shoulder part, so we're going to go into here. Paint down in the shoulders. And let's do this. Clean off this brush. Use enough of these dark colors. I said I needed to fix this. Actually, you know what? I said I needed to fix this area right here. So let's go in with the black, actually, or maybe dark blue. Let's go with the black and navy blue. It's always a good mix, right? Black and navy blue, and just try to create some of the texture in here as well. Try to reduce some of the light that we attempted to put on there. All right, I actually like that. Okay, cool. I'm gonna put this away. Put this brush away. Or not put the brush away. I'm gonna switch the color to something lighter. Switch this to something lighter. And let's go. Let's see. We're gonna take. Where's that? What did I say I wanted? Where did I just want to work just now? Let's grab some purple. So easy to forget what I just said I wanted to do. Let's see. We're gonna go right here. And there's a space that I wanted to work on. There's a space that I just want to work on. Where is it? Oh, come on. Oh, yeah, I wanted to work under the chin. All right. So, which means, let me see. I should actually add a couple of little, let's see. He's got about 1, 4, 5. 1, 4, and then 5. So one thing. 3, 4. So just adding some of his whiskers, whisker slots. I don't know what to call those things. What do you call those things? Whisker slots. Then we go 1, and then 1, 2, 3, 4. I can actually count them. That's kind of cool. I didn't know you could actually count like cat's whiskers. Let's clean off this brush, and we're going to go right into the white hairs. I'm going to go into the white hairs here. Just under the chin. And then use a little bit of red as I go into the mouth. Just a little bit of red as we go into the mouth here. Just like little hints of this red. Let's go add some of these gray details. So we're going to add some details around the outside of the fur here. And let's use this steel blue to try to capture some more detail in here. And get rid of some of these like little splotchy areas as well. And when I say splotchy, what I mean is there's like these little places where you kind of see the canvas, and I don't like that. And it's one of those things where, you know, this happens when you don't put down, like, you don't start with a really good layer of paint on the cat. So what I mean by that is, you know, if I was to start this off by painting this whole cat one flat color, I would be able to avoid this like this porous look that's on some of the areas. So right now, you know, I kind of have to go back through it and give them this texture, give them this design by individually, you know, going into these spaces and just seeing where they are. But fortunately, you know, fur is one of those things where, like, you know, there's so much fur, all different colors, and just like within a square inch, you could have like 5 different colors of fur. And that does make it a little bit easier because, you know, there's no expectation of like, unless you're painting a flat cat. You know, if you're painting an animal that's totally flat and doesn't have a ton of color variety, like I could have just taken all these marks, made them flat black, then gone and then painted like one flat color around it. But I really, when I paint animals, I really love the idea of capturing them in all of their colorful glory. And what I mean by that is, like, if you ever look at a black cat, I think a black cat is the most easy example. Even black hair. I have black hair. And I think when you look at black hair, most people just think, oh, it's black hair. But when you actually look at black hair, and this is one of my mentors taught me that I found was always so helpful, was like, you know, when you look at black hair, it could be white outdoors, or it can have some blue in it if there's some reflection. And there's just so much variety of color on a single lock of black hair. And whenever I look at cats, I see something similar. Like, you know, it's rarely ever just a single patch of hair that's just black or brown or whatever. It's like the patches of hair have orange in them, even if it's a orange cat or not an orange cat. They have browns and ochres and yellow ochres and red ochres. And I think that's where I could get totally overwhelmed, is this fact that I see all these colors in a cat, and I choose to try to capture as much of it as I can, which creates some interesting paintings, but it also it can cause some issues too, like in the long run. For sure. So let's grab this white and we're going to go into here. I want to separate this section a little better. I want to separate these areas. We're going to, that's a little bit too, too much yellow. This area is a little too flat. So I want to go into here and bring in some of the white fur. And I'm just going in this and trying to create little patches where I see them. And I can already see already that I'm starting to move into like this over detailing, this like trap of potentially over detailing, which can also be a problem for some. I just love looking at these details of cats, you know, just like seeing all of the variety of colors. I just want to capture them all, you know, like a Pokemon. Capture all the colors. Got to capture them all. And maybe I'm moving into this field of like splotchiness. I need a little bit more variety in this one. A little bit more color variety here. Add some green to it. And here we go. Let's see. We're going to go right around it here. I'm going to find this yellow ochre color and try to retouch up around the eyes here. And you know what? I actually like this where it's at. I would actually feel okay if this was how I finished. As far as the cat's body. Because I know that it captures the vibrancy of color within what I'm seeing in the actual photo. That's why. And that's another thing. It's like, you got to make the color choices, right? And I might use a little transition color, just a little bit of a transition color. Let's go with this purple gray here. Just have a little transition in this section right here so that it's a couple of little splotches of color. And let's see how we can actually tighten this area up. I want to give it the fur effect. Because these like lines look a little bit too drawn, too artsy compared to the rest of the painting. So I want to reduce the intensity of them by adding in some fur detail, reducing the hardness of the edges. Let's see what's going on. His face needs a little bit of work. I'm going to go in with the yellowish white. And let's try to, you know, develop some of this space a little bit better. Give the hair a more natural look here. And let's go like this. We're going to use our steel blue. Going with their steel blue. And let's do his whiskers. So we're gonna go into every single one and pretty much just draw it out. So might need a smaller brush or a thinner brush. I don't know if this brush is gonna work. Maybe, you know what? Maybe. What should I do with this? Let's see. I can probably grab this. Let me see if a smaller brush will do the job. So these mustaches is going to be a little longer than than they are in the photo, but that's okay. So we're going to go like this. You know, I probably should have painted out here before I do these mustaches. I probably should just finalize the painting of these trees before I do this mustache, because otherwise I'm going to paint over the mustache anyway. So before I finish the rest of these, what I keep calling a mustache. It's not a mustache. Before I finalize these, this beard area, or what do you call it? Whiskers. Before I finalize these whiskers, I'm going to go do another part of the painting. Let me just see if this all looks cohesive. If this looks cohesive, I'm good. But if there's an area that looks like a little bit out of place, you know, I think that would cause me to be annoyed. But let's see, we're gonna go down into here. And here we go. Let's do some decorative work here. We're gonna go. Got this huge layer of green right here. I'm gonna grab some more yellow. Just to make this pop a bit. A little bit of decorative impasto. And we're gonna go into this tree, and let's go with some lighter green. We're gonna focus on a lighter green for this area. We're just gonna go. Let's grab some blue to bring into this. Some yellow. And then we're going to go a little bit darker on this next section. And going to grab this green. Make it like a darker green blue. And just go into here. And it's just to create some dimension. It looks like I've created a lot of dimension over here, but I haven't created as much dimension on this side. So I'm just gonna run this blue down the side right here. Just a little bit to give it some extra spiff. And let's see here. What do we need? Let's go. Boom. This can be a bigger branch. These branches can be a bit bigger. You know what? I think some of these trees need just this needs a little bit of red, right? Like all trees need a bit of red. Little pops of contrast here. More of a purple, but that's okay. Is the red really necessary? Not really. It's more of like a maroon. I think it gives a little bit extra pop to this. Otherwise, it's just like too plain, in my opinion, you know? I don't like my paintings to be too plain. And you know what we could do? We can, I think if we add, I can't help but want to add detail. My goodness. Let's go. I can't tell if that really takes away or adds to it just yet, but I'm going to keep working it and we'll find out. Let's just go up like this. We're going to go add little pops of color across up top here. Should you pick up a mantle? What does that mean? So, what mantle? I'm unsure of what is being discussed here, to be honest with you. What is being discussed? I'm not sure. And I got to go around the ear here. Let's go around the ear. And let's go with this color. We'll go in with our yellow. Get a little bit more of this white. And I want to reduce the shadow of the area around the ear. So that oh, Michael's not here anymore? Is that what he said? He said something about giving a ribbing? Oh, you mean you? Do I need you to do that because Michael's not here? I see. You know, sometimes I don't always catch on to jokes real quickly. I don't know what it is. Just never really been like the first to hear a joke and be like, ah, ha, 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 ha. I get it. You know, I just never been that person. My cat is not amused. So this other cat on a couch. Fern. Fern! She was not amused at my laughing. And here's what we're going to do. If we do a green on this orange, let's go with a purple. Let's see what we can do with like a purple here. Purple. And let's grab some of our darker green. We're just going to blend in a bunch of details. We're going to mix purples and greens up top here. Let's go like this. La, 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 la. Just start to dot this skyline with shrubbery. And there's going to be a range of shrubbery. Some purples. Some dense ones. Let's go for some yellows. I'm going to go for some yellow shrubs. If there's anything I learned from Bob Ross, it's that You don't always need to paint something the way exactly as it looks. You can sometimes paint things the way it just appears. So if I see shrubs as like these round objects, I'm going to paint shrubs like these round objects. Now, I don't know exactly how Bob Ross would paint these shrubs. I'm sure he would probably, you know, go all out with them. Actually, no, I think he would actually probably dot the landscape, for lack of a better term. There would be a dotting process that I think Bob Ross would do. But wonderful thing about Bob Ross, I feel, is that, you know, he gave us permission to like dot the landscape rather than, you know, trying to paint the exact 500 bushes that you see. Yeah, I definitely picked up on it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for tuning in and joining. I'm going to keep going. Maybe I'll use some of this green, much fuller form. The hard part that I struggle with a lot of times is trying to make trying to fill the space, but but getting just to the edges so that it doesn't look like, so that it looks like the edges aren't, there's a term for this. The term is when, you know, the edges of two objects touch and you lose the 3D effect. So like say that I'm drawing, this is a table, the top of a table, and this is a column. And what you do is that you kind of like make it so that the desk doesn't pass the column and it reduces the 3D effect. But if you were to simply just make it past the column just a little bit, you could make it look more 3D. And that could be a challenge sometimes when you don't allow yourself to paint past something. So it looks like this stuff definitely gets denser into here. So I'm gonna go for some denser space here. Oh yeah, this needs a lot more density. There's a lot more density up into the sky here. Let's get that density up here. Need to embellish this just a little bit. I'm trying too hard to be accurate, but I wanna make it accurate to like reflect some of the some of what you see. Helps to highlight the Bogart wood. I think that's pretty good. All right, I'm happy with that. Let me clean off this brush. But Corey, what's your creative act for the day? I want to hear about your creative endeavors for this afternoon. If you don't have any, hope you got some. Cleaning off my brush here. And the only thing I'm thinking of now is about this yellow space back here. Should I just go ahead and make it this like flat green color and just try to keep it all fairly similar? Or let me pull out my color guide. And let me try to use this guide. Some science here. So I've pretty much got this yellow, green, purple thing going on. Yellow, green, violet, a little bit less violet. But if I was to, yellow and violet actually go together. This yellow, orange. But how would this green, if I was to have this green and this violet in the center, violet, green, really hard. Like, I feel like I should just unite it with this like green color, but then I'm like, I don't really want to. What goes good with green? What's this yellow green? I wanted to go yellow green. This yellow green, I would go with a red violet. That might actually work. If I go for a red violet. So I have this violet. Now how do I make red violet? Let's see. I want to make red. How do you even use this again? Oh yeah, if I want to make red violet. If I want to make red violet, gotta add red. Oh, how easy is that? What an amazing tool, right? The only problem is I have this, I already have a red violet. Let's see. I've got this red right here. Let me go. I'm cheating, everybody. I'm using a tool to help me pick colors because I don't know how to do it myself. And yeah, there we go. That's a red violet, except a little darker, but that's okay. We can work with that. I'm cheating by using tools, people. I should know. Actually, this might backfire on me because this yellow is still wet. So, just, I gotta have that in consideration. It's still wet. So I don't actually know how it's gonna turn out. We'll find out in just a moment here. Hopefully it's not too bad. And I'm gonna use this like strokiness. We're gonna go your gut. Yeah, you can always trust your gut. You can always trust your gut, even if it's wrong. You know, your gut is always there to try and steer you in the direction your body thinks is best. You can always trust your gut. It might be wrong, but at the end of the day, you know your body probably has the best intentions for you. You know, your gut is here for your survival, you know? There's nobody that cares more about your physical survival than your gut. Right? Like, when your gut gets a bad feeling, even if it's wrong, or you know, like you're getting anxious or whatever, or you get diarrhea or whatever, like that's just your gut telling you ate something bad, don't eat it again, or you know, you shouldn't be eating shellfish or drinking milk, or you know, you shouldn't eat that person's cooking because there's something up with it. It is your gut. Your gut knows. It is there for your survival. Sometimes it can be wrong. Sometimes your gut doesn't really know what it's talking about or what it's like, you know, what it's analyzing. And sometimes your gut overanalyzes. But at the end of the day, your gut is there for you. And I can't say I liked how this color has turned out totally. I can't say I totally like it, but I also don't totally dislike it. It's just like this combination of like this under yellow here. It almost doesn't make sense. It almost does not make sense. It's just too splotchy, I think. So let me see if I could grab some of this and just go smooth this out. Need a smaller brush now. I'm making it worse. I should have just gone with the green instead of trying to be creative. Why did I have to try and go be creative? Gosh. I don't think wiping it's gonna be the best idea. I probably shouldn't wipe it, but let's take off some areas. Honestly, I think the yellow would have been perfectly fine. Like if I just gone with the green and see, that's what happens when I use tools. I don't use them properly and then I mess up. I don't use them properly. What to do now? I might just have to start over on this entire painting. Totally kidding. There's an easier way to do this. By the way, I actually heard, a lot of people say that when you mess up, you just wipe it off, and it's not totally unusual to do this. But definitely, experts would agree that probably the best approach is just to wait until it dries and then paint over it. But are you not entertained? Are you not entertained? I mean, I'm just gonna have to stick with the stained surface back here. Maybe just stay with it. Maybe commit to it and figure out how to make it work. Science would be able to make this work. Some creative person would be able to figure out how to make this work. Or they just say that this is just the way it is, right? It's just how it is. Like I don't totally dislike it. I don't totally dislike it. It's just like a little distracting. It is just a little bit distracting. The only reason I don't like it isn't because of the color. It's just because it is taking away from the space around it. Takes away from the space around it. And that's what I don't like. I just feel like it's not cohesive. So what the experts would suggest is don't make such a stupid mistake in the first place. Think about your colors better. Plan it better. Don't just go by a color wheel. Think and plan. But also, beyond that, since I already made the mistake, experts would say, don't wipe away. Wait till it dries. So I'm basically making every mistake in a book. But that I'm okay with. Surface has been stained, and this is what I am stuck with. And I would potentially just like paint red, paint this color on these walls. But the problem with that is that these walls are green and yellow, which means that because they're still wet, chances are that what's going to happen is they're just going to start to look gray. They're going to look gray as opposed to, you know, a vibrant, like a nice vibrant color. So that's why I'm not just doing, you know, painting the rest of the walls that color. But here we go. What I do want to do is I want to tighten up this part of the wall here. It seems to have lost its shape. Here we go. Oh, and here's an opportunity for some adjustments. Hey Carson, what's up, dude? You're asking me how long have I been painting? How long have I been painting this, or how long have I been painting in my entire life? Oh, this painting, I think I've been working on this for about 6 hours, no, maybe about 12 hours on this painting so far. 12 hours. Yeah, probably about 12 hours so far. You know that red in the background isn't too bad. It's just weird. It's like kind of weird and out of place. Am I tired? Yes, I'm a little bit tired. Which, you know, just a moment ago, I was thinking, you know, right now is probably a good time to take a break. I want to do at least another 20 minutes. Just to see, you know, push my boundaries a little bit further. What am I doing? What do you mean, what am I doing? Oh, you mean, what was I doing just now? I was just adjusting the edge of the wall right there. But I think we're almost done here. Yeah, it is 2025. Happy 2025. Congratulations on making it. We are quarter of the way to the next century. And I want to see all of you in the next century. I want us all in this live stream right now to make it to 2100. Whether you live one day past 2100 or 5 days or even 45 seconds, I want to see us all in the year 2100. Okay, what next? What now? You know what I could do? Here's something. I might screw it all up again. But I could just add some details. Should I go for it? I'm going to go for it. I'm going for it, folks. I'm going for it. What is that on top of the painting? What part do you mean the top? You mean this part or... Oh, this is an antenna. So if you ever get a chance to go to Hollywood, or if you even just look at a photo of the Hollywood sign, where you're going to see is that there is an antenna right on top of the Hollywood sign, right above it. Yes, the Hollywood sign has an antenna right above it. Oh, this is just to hold it down. So this is a, so I'm on an easel. I'm working on an easel right now. Here, I'll show you in a minute. Let me just finish this one section. I don't know the name of it. Otherwise, I would just tell you the name of it. But all I can tell you is that I'm working on an easel. And easels have this thing on top. So easels have this thing on top that you can raise or lower so it doesn't move. So, I'm tapping right now, but if I take this off, you can see that it moves, but if I put it down, it helps to like keep it in place. And you know what? This actually works out. This little decorative thing that I did. I think it works out. But what I have to do is now I'm gonna have to touch up the entire thing. So because that was like a yellow on red violet. What I'm doing is I'm looking at my painting from the back. I'm looking at my painting from over here. I do see an issue. The perspective's a little off, but I'm not too bothered by that. I just want to make sure that as I'm working on this, that I can figure out. I'm just trying to see it from a distance. This makes it 10 times smaller, and lets me just see like the bigger picture, and take a look at how everything's going to flow. Huh. Almost fell right there. So I did yellow on red. Yellow, red, orange, yellow. So if I'm going to go on top of it, yellow, green. Let me see. Let me try to think of a color. Do the color wheel here. Using a color wheel tool. So what I basically did is I did red, yellow on red, orange. So yellow on red, orange. I'm trying to see. Yellow on red, orange. Yellow on red, orange has no specific category match. It would be, I guess you could say yellow, orange on. So it would be a split complementary. So if I wanted to do split complementary, what would I put on this green, yellow, yellow, green here? This yellow, green, I could either go yellow, orange, or I can go blue, green. You know what? I think I should just stick with this, like, this yellow. The words are not spelled right. Is this the largest painting I've made? No. This is a mid-sized painting. My biggest painting is a 24 by 36. So it'd be like double this size. This is 16 by 20, so more than double this size. A little bit less than double. 16, 20, 32 by 40. Yeah, okay, so less than double this. Wait, no. 16 by 20, 32. Yeah, so a little bit, around double the size. Biggest painting I've done is about double the size. But let's see. And then he's just resting his paw. The cat is just resting its paw, showing you its paw for you to see. It's chilling. The cat is chilling. He's just hanging out there, waiting for you to pet it, which you inevitably will. Hmm. said you can't pet a painting. You sure can pet a painting. You just got to use your imagination, dude. But that's why you're here, right? You're here to expand your imagination. That's what brought you to this channel. You wouldn't be here if you weren't trying to expand your imagination. So here we go. Let's do this. How do I want to? Yeah, let me go with this. I'm gonna clean off this brush here. Actually, you know what? I can actually take this and go on top of here. Have you never petted a painting before? You're missing out, man. You are missing out on some of the greatest joys of life, petting a painting. There you go. This is definitely adding something to that flatness I had going in the background. Thanks, dude. Appreciate you. Thank you for noticing. Yeah, I think what the problem is if you're going for something flat, you have to decorate. But if you're going for something, you know, if you're going for, you have to, I guess you have to like decorate it, unless you're really good at creating the story and the dimensions and all of that, which, you know, if I compare, and what I'm talking about right now is I'm thinking about some of the traditional, like David Hockney. The paintings that are on my mind is like David Hockney is really good at creating like these super beautiful, just like flat paintings that tell a story that have so much to it. And it's just like flat, hard edge art. And, you know, the way I'm thinking is that's just not my thing. I don't know. Or I do know, I just said what I thought I didn't know. And because it's not my thing, you know, part of me is like, I probably, you know, this is the decorative stuff is, I guess, more my wheelhouse. Right. If I'm gonna go flat, I have to, the flat color, I really got to stick with it. I have to commit to the bit. Let me see. Let me go with. To grab some more. You know what I want to do is I want to. Let's grab a blue here. An ultramarine blue. This brush might be a little too small for what I'm trying to do. Actually, you know what? It's probably the right size for this section. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to take a slightly wider brush. Yeah, we're going to go with this. Let's go with the blue. Good old Impressionism really never fails me. Or like Post-Impressionism, I should say. Never fails me. When I'm trying to figure out what to do. And then let me clean this brush off. And let me go for some. Let me go for a cerulean around the purple here. And then you know what? Let's go with a nice dense color. We'll go with a denser purple in between to fill in the space. Now I gotta do it to the other side. I don't know about that. In the background? Now these are fields. It's the Hollywood sign. The Hollywood sign sits upon a mountain with a bunch of bushes. It's the Hollywood sign, baby. You know what? Maybe I should go for an outline. Because why not? Let me do this outline here. There's gonna be no shadow in this. And even in the photo, the cat doesn't really have a shadow. Yeah, I mean, even in the reference, the cat doesn't really have a shadow. It's a very subtle shadow underneath the cat. I mean, he kind of is floating. This floating cat, what can I say? He's magic. He's no longer alive. He is a ethereal being at this point. He's an ethereal being. We're just going to go across with the nice deep yellow again. We're going to go with cad yellow here. Going to go drop in some cad yellow and somewhere nice and nice clean space. Where's a good clean space for me to drop this yellow? Yes, rest in peace, Bogart. Rest in peace, young cat. Well, actually, he wasn't that young. He's a good age. We're gonna go with our cad yellow. You know what? We are gonna pull the. I was hoping to. See, this is definitely where your personal style comes in. And no matter what, I think as artists, no matter how hard we try not to, we all will develop some type of style. I think that's a funny question on Reddit. Like, how do I develop a style? And, I think it's almost impossible to not have a style, to not have like a distinct thing, because your body, your visual eyes are going to want to do something a certain way. And, for me, it's like, if it looks flat and it doesn't have anything on it, no decorative stuff, it just doesn't feel right to me. So for me, this is, I'm not going to say this is my style. I learned it from somewhere else, but at the end of the day, like, this is what feels right to me as far as filling the space. Pookie, okay? Is that you whimpering? Oh, my cat's just having a nightmare. Do I like Gustav Klimt? Yes. Although the only thing I really would ever take from Gustav Klimt, as far as like a personal choice goes of like what I like about him, is his idea of the decorative, this decorative concept of decorative art. Not so much how he decorates, but definitely the fact that he does so. Yeah, but I actually have a Gustav Klimt a metal print of his. I'll actually show it in a moment, but let me finish this section right here. But what makes you ask? You're wondering about that since I mentioned the decorative. Yeah, exactly. So actually, yeah, so I'm a fan of Gustav, but I would never paint like him. I like Gustav Klimt, but I would never do an artwork like his. I mean, I think this is actually interpretation. It's not how he actually painted. But you know, I also have this book that talks about Gustav. So I don't think I would ever, I would never use gold foil. At least as far as I know right now, I wouldn't use gold foil. But I'm pretty sure he pretty much got his concept of a decorative style from Vincent van Gogh. I think the argument could be made. Excuse me. Coughing a lot today. It's this smog. This LA burning. Gustav Klimt's not my favorite artist, but oh, dude, you sure know. My goodness, what a good idea, man. Add a gold foil halo. Where can I get some gold foil? Can you buy that just at any store, or do you actually have to like How would I even do that? Or just be glue?
Dude, that's a really good idea.
Where can I get gold foil? Who would buy edible gold leaf? What the heck? But how would I do it? Would I just do gold? Would I just do gold around his head? How to add gold foil to a painting. Do I just glue it? I don't want to use glue. One, paint the background layer. Add the adhesive. Dude, you are onto something. Just trying to think, like, if I form a circle around him. Oh, that's something that could have been cool from the beginning. You know what? It might be a little much. That's something you have to like plan from the beginning, I think. I am thinking about it though. You just had to have a good idea. Just had to have a good idea. Why does my head itch? I don't know what to do with myself now. You just had to have a good idea, dude. Come on, Corey. No more good ideas. You make me make better paintings. See, I'm just worried because I don't know how to use gold foil. Hey. I'm thinking of this idea. Maybe I'll put a gold foil halo.
No.
No? You don't think so? Think it's too much?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
King of Hollywood?
Huh?
Like he's king of Hollywood?
Yeah.
Or an angel?
Like he's an angel. All right. You know what? She has said that was a good idea, but you know what? Cat's probably right. It's a little too much, maybe. It'll be like overdo. I mean, but that's the whole point of artwork is you gotta like overdo it.
Do what you want.
You're right. No, I know, but I'm just like.
Okay, you wanna come out? You're ready to come out, huh? $600 later. I think I was there.
What happened to him?
He needs to finish the test. Blood test, urine test, nickel test. Hey, what are you doing? You're hanging off of there upside down? You can go in there if you want. I'll hurt you. Oh, Shumbo. Buddy. That wasn't much fun, was it? You got a shot.
Yeah, no. Such a hard choice. Like, I like the idea, but I think that's like something that you can't just like. I mean, I like the spontaneity of the idea, and I feel like I like the spontaneity, but it would just be too much of a not a hassle, but it's like it's just something I should do from. You know, I have like as an idea from the beginning. So, all right, it was a good idea. It was a good thought. I really liked it, but you know what? Kat has helped me to decide that it's probably going to be a bit much.
Wow. So cute.
What do you think? Just a little bit more, and then I'm done, right? I'm just gonna fill in this space, and it's probably good.
Yeah.
What do you think?
Yeah, maybe put a little shadow behind its head.
No,
No?
I'm not doing any shadows. Does it look like him though?
Yeah, it does. Looks just like him.
Oh yeah, I need his whiskers. Listen to whiskers. The important question is whether it looks like him,
It does.
and it reminds
Yes.
of him, and it expresses him in a interesting, an interesting way. And if he was alive, he would approve.
Yes.
That's,
Right now.
huh?
Proving right now from kitty heaven.
Exactly. Yes. That's my only concern.
Hey. Look at that. Look at that big poop in there. Cover your poop. You can't just do it. You have to cover it.
Hmm. sure you're right?
I don't know. Stuff on it.
Yeah.
Bogart, Simba, fires.
It's life. This red is going to be too much contrast. Cats are expensive, people. And let's find this green here. I'm going to build up. Has a little bit of a quirkiness, this design here. Did I add in smog? So I just left the a bit of like a cloudiness in the background, but I didn't put in smog. Like smog. I didn't really like fill the space with smog or anything. Let me see if I can find another color here. Let's grab a yellow. I think this is nice because it gives them a little bit of like a, it's like a, gosh, I need to stop coughing. It's all this smog. Hmm. All right, let's see. Might have to scrape this part off again. Let's go with a not a nice color. I've never used so much cloth to wipe away stuff ever. Let's see. Just enough so that I can scrape off. Still working on carving this away. Bring this forward a bit. Oh man. I think that's enough that I can play with that area. Technique earlier today in your stream. Do my hands get sweaty from wearing the gloves? Not really. My hands don't get too sweaty, to be honest. My hands are usually okay. But thank you, thank you, thank you. Honestly, I think I'm almost done. Just want to make sure that let me see if I can use this blue. I'm gonna grab some of this, put this into here. Grab some more of this. And one thing I gotta do is just gotta be bold with this color here, you know? Have some bold color choices. When I say bold, I mean like, you know, not afraid to use this paint.
Hello. Hi, Scout. How are you?
In this manner. Because I think the biggest, you know, when I first started painting like this, you know, trying to do this style, the stylization, my biggest challenge was really just being afraid to use the paint in this way. I was really afraid to be like, hey, let me just mark up this painting and let me just mark it up, right? Like that would be what I was afraid of, and making these marks. Let me make sure that I get this all the way to the end, the cat's body, so that it doesn't look like, so that it doesn't lose its, so that it still keeps a sense of like 3D-ness. Yeah, definitely when I first started this way of painting with this, Let's go around the corner. I'll grab some more of this color. I love this cerulean blue. I'm seriously falling in love with this color. Do so much with it. And here we go. So massively devastating. And you know what? I think we're done. I say I'm done, but you know, I constantly see little areas where I can throw in little pops of color and stuff. What do you think? You think I call this one done?
Oh yeah! Wow! Look at that. It's beautiful. You think it's beautiful? Scout, look at Poker. He's a cat.
Oh, you never met him, huh?
Nope.
You're holding Pookie. Folk artist.
It almost feels like Rousseau, right? Or like, I don't know, I feel like the cat kind of feels very Rousseau-ish. Or the one, who's that artist that's known for that like tiger in the forest? I'm not saying this looks like it, but I feel like the cat has that like design to him.
I want to add a couple more, like, I want to do outline, but I want to like just darken a couple more areas here.
people talking about here. But okay. So what's the weather situation? I mean, Pasadena fire chief, city officials out there seem to indicate that things were getting better. That winds might have been diminishing a little bit, especially just in suburbs. It's not the case. So it's not as bad as last night. That's the important thing. So last night,
Will diminish the 60.
70, 80 miles an hour through some of those areas. So now we have still some gusts out there, but they are much, much lower than they were last night. We'll continue to see some of this activity as the wind is coming out. They're not necessarily working out the same kind of gusts. So now the firefighters are probably able to get a bit more of an upper hand on the fire. But you can see, actually, this is an interesting way to look at it. All last night, and we've been showing you for part of today as well. This is live satellite training we call fire temperature.
My fields, these aren't fields. These are actually, this is actually, oh, you mean up here, these fields? This is the field. I don't think I can add flowers, but maybe I can add little pops of red. This is actually like gravel. But I was thinking about adding little pops of red into this section here.
Hey!
Who hissed the who? Why? He's had a long day, Fern. What's the problem? So that's not a field either. That's actually like a post. You know what I could do is I could probably, if I do some good old red, I think I can mix and create some swirls, some interesting swirls.
As well as Superintendent Alberto Carvalho. The mayor will come back to the podium and open it up for questions. I'll call on questions from the left. Mayor. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. I stand here today with incredible sympathy and concern about the devastation and the tragedy that our city and county are facing. And I definitely want to send my condolences to the families who lost loved ones, to the families and neighborhoods who lost property. This firestorm is the big one in magnitude. Hurricane force winds are usually accompanied by rainstorms, but these
I think I gotta add pops of red, but I'm not gonna do. I did want to add pops of red, but I just didn't see myself adding flowers.
yesterday, the Palisades fire was at 10 acres. 12 minutes later, it was at 200 acres. To those who fled their homes, especially those who have lost their homes, our hearts are breaking for
I know the world is looking at images of our city's devastation. I have seen the front lines of the Palisades fire, and it is staggering. I've been in constant contact with our fire commanders, with county, state, and federal officials.
Let's throw in some yellows here.
The fastest route back, which included being on a military plane, which facilitated our communications. So I was able to be on the phone the entire time of the flight. We are fighting for you and everyone in Los Angeles. Thank you to our first responders who waited in the planes, pulled people from cars, and got them to safety no matter how dangerous. And thank you to everyone who heeded our warnings to evacuate. Tonight, more people may get evacuation orders, and if they do, please leave immediately. If you have an evacuation warning, get ready to go. Protect yourself and each other, and support our firefighters on the front lines. Our strategy included preparations and pre-deployment, and it now includes fire crews from around the state and from our federal partners. We are also adapting in real time. These winds continue to blow. So let me be clear. I am making sure that we leave no resource untapped. Firefighters are now on scene from across the state and across the country. I spoke with President Biden today and Governor Newsom earlier today, and they assured me of full federal and state support. As we head into tonight, we are still facing strong and erratic winds. In Palisades and in Sylmar, we are very much in an active firefight. I can report to you that the Woodley fire, however, in the Sepulveda Basin is under control. I can also report that finally air operations have resumed, and that is a big deal, but it is up to the winds as to how long the air support can continue. But these conditions are we've seen a devastating fire in the Pasadena area. Fires have sparked up in the Simi Valley and on the LA.
You know what? I'm done. This is a finished painting. I believe this is, I'm going to call this a complete.
Get ready, protect yourself and protect each other, and don't divert firefighters from our strategy. Signals are out and the roads have debris, so stay off the roads unless you are evacuating or have another emergency. Be prepared, food, water, medicine, a backpack, and ready. Again,
Ross Smirnoff. Congrats. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
we want to make sure that we are ready if we need more water. But make no mistake, Los Angeles will rebuild stronger than ever. Right now, if you need help, emergency information,
You know what I do need to do?
is available.
I'm going to do that whole signature thing.
And you are up. Los Angeles, together, is how we will get through this. Through the heroism of our firefighters, the vigilance of Angelinos, and the spirit of our city. This is a big moment. It is a big moment for all of us to come together, for Angelinos to be united, for Angelinos to be prepared to help each other. This is who we are. And letting the lives and your mistakes, I am confident that we will do it. And with that, I would like to introduce LA County Board of Supervisor Chair, Catherine Parker.
Thank you, Darren, and I want to thank you for your leadership. I know when this first hit, we were in constant contact, so thank you for being a true leader to the city of Los Angeles. Obviously, as someone who represents the 5th District, we are prone to wildfires.
Thanks, Ross. Appreciate you. Thanks for popping in at the perfect moment that this was finished. Appreciate that, dude. That is awesome.
Like I have never seen.
You go red for the signature.
I was shocked to see people walking around that don't live up there that are just taking a look at what's going on. We have fire space so that they can get it done.
What she wants to say is there's a lot of
Assholes.
assholes, yeah, who are probably just trying to go up into those fires just to get some Instagram
Yeah,
videos.
exactly.
So I need to translate for this. That is not an official
No.
a translation of a government employee's word, but you know, random people just being up who it's not their homes, it's not whatever. They're not helping, they're not transporting people, and they're just diverting attention. And then they get caught in a fire, and then they got to divert an entire fire team for them. And we all know that what they're probably trying to do is get footage for Instagram or something. Because nobody just walks around in a fire, a massive fire, unless they have to save something or whatever. Now, I'm sure some people were probably just up there for a good reason, you know, trying to help their friends, trying to be of help. But based on what she said, that there's probably a lot of people also just walking around and wandering to see what's going on. That's pretty wild, huh? It's like, it's just crazy.
So you know how when the stoplights are not working, you're supposed to stop like it's a stop sign?
Mm-hmm.
So I was slowing down to stop, and this asshole behind me starts laying on their horn.
Yeah.
Made me mad.
Yeah. Yes.
What is wrong with this person? They're following the law. They are not.
Well, things are tense right now, Kat. All right, well, this has been quite an extensive stream for the night. Quite a long time, but we are finished. We're done. There is still a possibility, of course, I may come back to this and be like, hey, let me add some stuff, but as of right now, I'm just gonna keep this the way it is. I like it. It's got like this like sepia glow in the background with this like pop art post-impressionist feel in the front with shapes like Rousseau like shapes, primitive basically. And with that, hey everybody, thanks for being here. Ross, Omizu, Corey, thanks for becoming a member. Really appreciate that. I'll get you figure out a new logo. And with that, a badge or a new badge for everybody. And with that, everybody, take care. Have a wonderful day. Good night, everybody. This is my marathon, my painting marathon day.